No, you want to stay muted.
Is anybody seeing anything on this?
Not at this time.
Nope.
No. Okay, excellent, because I thought it was just me. Thanks. I see a blank screen. All right, thank you.
We'll start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Velarde.
Yep.
Vice Chair Long.
Here.
President Cannant.
Here.
Commissioner Kepler.
Here.
All in attendance.
We had an executive session prior to this meeting regarding personnel and litigation. And before we start, I have a statement I'd like to read. Before we proceed with tonight's agenda, I want to make a brief statement regarding conduct at this meeting. At the last meeting, statements were made that led to significant concern within the community. Since that time, the township has issued a public clarification and a chair's statement, both of which were posted on the township website and official social media. Those statements speak for themselves and will not be debated this evening. This meeting will be conducted in an orderly, respectful, and professional manner. Public comment is an opportunity to address the board on township business. Anyone who engages in disruptive conduct, refuses to follow the rules of decorum, or interferes with the orderly conduct of this meeting will be ruled out of order and may be asked to leave. Nothing in these rules is intended to restrict lawful speech or viewpoints. These standards are content neutral and will be applied equally to every speaker for the sole purpose of maintaining order, safety, and the efficient conduct of public business. This evening's agenda includes consideration of a decorum policy and a proposed censure. Those items will be addressed in their proper order with public comment as permitted by law and board rules. The standards of conduct I just outlined apply to this meeting, regardless of how the board ultimately votes on those items later. The board values its volunteers and staff, and we will not tolerate behavior that discourages public service or undermines the integrity of the process. With that understanding, we'll proceed with the agenda. So is there any public comment on non-agenda items? I don't think we voted that, did we? Oh, or any public comment on any item?
Ellen, can I say something?
Well,
No,
we have,
Do we have somebody?
you can, or I guess we voted to, you could comment on them now too, if you like. You can comment on them now or later as they come up, whichever. Okay. Sorry, we changed our policy. So whatever you want to speak to. Any other public comment? You want to say something briefly?
Yeah, I just wanted to say very briefly. I've seen from many people that the comments I made at the last meeting were interpreted as me saying that I believe the township was racist. Now, I believe I stated very explicitly that that is not my position. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe the township is racist. And to the extent that my comments were interpreted that way, I do want to apologize. But I feel that when members of the township, people who are appointed by our board, people who are meant to be serving the public, all of the public, are speaking publicly, are presenting themselves, whether online and in person, they should be doing that professionally. And if those issues are brought to our attention, we need to be addressing them. We can't be letting these things skirt by and not facing them head on, because it can erode trust within the community. Like Ellen said, anything that erodes volunteerism in our community is deeply against, this board and everything I personally stand for. I want everyone to feel like they belong in Pocono Township. I want everyone to feel like they have a place here. And I want everyone to feel like they will be accepted if they decide to try to, get appointed to one of our boards or, apply for a township position. And I don't want anyone to ever feel, because of statements being made by anyone associated with the township, that they don't feel welcome here. I don't think that we, have ever, and I sincerely believe that nobody on this board would ever make any kind of hiring decision based on race or gender or ethnicity or sexuality or anything like that. Yes, well, thank you. I just want to be crystal clear. We, as a board, and myself personally, we're here for everyone in this township. Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have zoning hearing board alternate positions, and generally what we do, and you can chime in, we usually have the candidates go outside and we do one at a time, and once you've spoken, you have a seat. You don't have to go back out in the audience. So I'm going to do it alphabetically. So I will tell you the order. So it's going to be Guy, then Gina. See. Dan McCreary. And Nick. So if those people are here, if everyone but Guy would step out into the, do we have chairs out there or if they can sit? I mean, it shouldn't be long, but in the foyer. Okay. Did I not pull Lou?
What's
Oh.
We had,
Sorry, did I miss? I'm sorry, I missed Lou and Jim. Did you also apply for zoning? Yeah.
Get out.
Sorry,
Hit the road.
my paper's stuck together. Who's up first? Guy.
I don't like.
Ready?
Yep, if you want to tell us a little bit about why you want this position, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
Well, I'm just looking out for the residents' best interest with decisions made. You know, I've been going through a lot since I moved down here from Mount Pocono. You know, but I got a lot of background in it. I got over, 34 years. I worked for Coolbaugh Township on the DPW. I worked for Mount Pocono Borough. I was a resident of Monroe County my whole life. I was born and raised in Stroudsburg. So I know a lot of the roundabouts, you know, with this stuff going on in this kind of field. But I just figured you guys were looking for people, so I'd put in for it and see where it takes me. You know, that's about it.
Anybody have any questions?
No.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
An easy start.
Next will be Lou. Lou Ginsburg. Thanks, sir.
Hey, Lou.
Hello, I'm Lou Ginsburg. I've lived in Pocono Township since 1989. I submitted my resume and I thought I would put in just the important information. It's hard to go back over 50 years of experience without writing a book. So that's what I did. I listed my education, bachelor's degree, Juris Doctor degree, master's degree. I've served on the board of the Pocono Township Zoning Hearing Board for, I think about 11 years. I served as an alternate, moved up to a regular member, and then chairman for the last 3 or 4 years. I don't know the exact timeline. I mean, time flies when you're having fun, but I've been on the board. It's been my pleasure, my privilege, and my honor to serve the board for all these years, and I'd like to continue to do so. I've learned an awful lot. I keep learning every hearing we have. The day I stop learning is the day that they start shoveling the dirt over me. So I just want to continue, with what I've been doing. I enjoy it. I enjoy serving the people of the township, and I hope you would reappoint me. I'm not looking for an alternate position. My understanding was my position as the chair was expired, and I'd like to continue. We have a hearing set for tomorrow, one for next Tuesday, and one that hasn't been rescheduled yet. But if I'm not reappointed, well, then the board's going to have to find somebody else to take my place. But it's up to the board. I'll leave it to your discretion. I thank you for the opportunity to serve, and I look forward to hopefully serving more in the future. Thank you.
We thank you for your
Thank you.
service. And does anybody have any questions?
No, I've known Lou.
Yep.
Yeah, I served with him on the ZHB. So.
Yeah, there's one thing technically, and I can't explain how it happened, but a part of my resume included my experience with the homeowner association that I've served on for 30 of the 36 years. Technically, I can't explain how it happened, but it never got attached to the submission that I gave. But I've been on the board of directors for the Barton Glen Homeowners Association for 30 years of my 36 years. Most of that time has been the chair of the Architectural Review Committee, looking at the plans, making sure they complied with the Barton Glen requirements after they've gone through the Pocono Township or the Jackson Township zoning office for the appropriate approvals. And well, you've seen me since last summer arguing about the speed limit in Barton Glen. So you know that I've been involved in the community. If you have any further questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay. Thank you. We're good, but you can have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Gina. Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
am I supposed to just,
If you want to tell us a little bit about why you would like this position.
okay, well, I'm Gina Loyak. I'm the owner of Foxtail Builders. We do design, build residential renovations and build out for retail stores such as Hugo Boss and Cole Haan. So I deal with zoning theoretically on a daily basis. I have real life conditions. I read plans, engineering reports, surveys, and I coordinate with these professionals, engineers, and architects on a daily basis. So I do bring a little practicality to the table here. My company also operates, and we're very proud of being responsible and green, as much as a contractor can be green, but we are certified. Let's see. I understand the balance of zoning. We need to protect our community, the historic resources, our environmental constraints, but we still need to allow for reasonable growth. We need small businesses to grow. We need to support our jobs in the community, all doing that with the infrastructure that can hold up to these standards. So I'm local, I'm invested, I'm accountable, and these decisions in the zoning basis affect me, my family, businesses, everyone in this room, my friends. So we'd like to tie that in, and whatever I can do to help would be great. Thank you.
Any questions? Anybody? Question?
No, I've seen enough of it.
Dan?
Hi, Dan McCreary. You guys are going to ask me questions, or you don't want me to just talk?
If you want to tell us a little bit about why you were interested in this position.
Sure. I've been here before. You had an opening before. I threw my name in the hat. I think local government matters. So if you have something that comes up, I've told people, hey, let me know. I'm happy to serve if you need somebody to serve. I've done some zoning stuff before in Joplin, Missouri, which is where I'm from. I've lived here almost 4 years. Here's my philosophy real quick on zoning stuff. I mean, you're hiring or choosing somebody not to be to write the zoning laws, but you just want them to apply them fairly and consistently. And I think, 6 people on here, I think they're all overqualified as far as I can tell, because I don't think there's any qualifications. So whether people have done it before or not, I think you got to show up to every meeting and with an open mind. Every project is a little bit unique, and you listen to the people that are presenting. You listen to the fellow board members. There's questions you ask your experts, Jared or Patrick or Leo or John, and I'm sure you know what you're ultimately going to be voting on. And at the end of the day, I think it's an alternate position, so you're probably not going to be voting at all. But if you do have an opportunity to vote, you have one vote out of 3, I guess, and you vote that will best represent the Pocono Township and the people who live here. That's kind of the philosophy. So, any questions? Sorry.
Resume.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And Jim?
Now this is for 2 alternates. But we have,
Move it to a place we would keep this position. If it's an alternate.
I should play basketball.
Hi, Jim. If you want to tell us a little bit why you are interested in this position.
What's that?
If you want to tell us why you're interested in this position.
Just to get more involved in the community. There you go.
Short and sweet. Any questions?
we have your 18-page resume here.
Okay.
You should have a few pages. I don't know why you want a resume. You're not hiring a telecoms engineer, but I guess it makes sense. That's exactly what that is. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I have a lot of years.
Oh, we see you here. You're obviously interested, and you obviously want to be involved. So I have no questions.
Okay. You can either armchair, quarterback, everything you guys do, or you get involved and speak. And
I get enough of that at home.
we all
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you.
And Nick.
Right here, Nick.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nick.
If you just want to tell us a little bit about why you're interested in this position.
So basically it boils down to this. Like, I'm 42 years old. I have 4 kids at home. As I get older, I become more and more interested in like being of some sort of service to the community. But as I mentioned, I have 4 kids at home. So like, I don't have the time for the commitment. So when I saw the posting for the vacancy, I just thought that this was a way that I could possibly be of service and become a little more educated on like how all this stuff works. Because to be honest, for most people in this area, like this is all a mystery to us. So I'm number one, curious about how this all works, and also just want to be of service without getting my kids to soccer practice late or whatever, you know?
Anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And do I have a motion for the zoning hearing board?
I'll make a motion to reappoint Lou Ginsburg to the zoning hearing board.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
I'd really, while I appreciate Lou's long service, I think it's important that, we move new people onto this board. He's been on there for over a decade now. And maybe, he would be interested in applying for something else, but, I think it might be time to try someone new there. I don't know. We don't have term limits on these positions, but, I don't know that we want to, keep the same people in the same positions forever. And I think like, people like Nick coming in who's interested in getting involved for the first time, this is a great way to get your foot in the door. And just to keep the same people in these positions interminably. just because they've been there a long time. I don't know that that's the way that, that you get the best governance, out of your township. You just like any position on the board of commissioners, you want to rotate people in and out so that you get diverse viewpoints.
Okay. Any other discussion?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
It's not- Lou, I mean, I understand your point, Charles, but on the flip side too, Lou has served 12 years as a volunteer. He has always stayed neutral. I've served with him for 3 years. He's a fantastic person for that position, in my opinion.
I would just say, looking at Lou's resume, I'm very comforted by the fact that he has extensive zoning specific training with PSATs, in addition to his obvious experience on the zoning board. I mean, the course in zoning administration, duties of zoning hearing board members, zoning officer and zoning hearing board. So, this is a position where you don't want to necessarily get diverse viewpoints. You just want someone who is knowledgeable enough to apply the law fairly. And I do think that he would do that. Continue to do that.
There is some discretion here, particularly, as far as variances are concerned. One of the reasons that one of the criteria is the variance if authorized will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or district in which the property is located, nor substantially or permanently impair the appropriate use and development of adjacent property, nor be detrimental to the general welfare. Or public welfare. So that is a fairly subjective view. That's not something that you can, really put a pin in, like what's going to, be detrimental to the public welfare or,
I just
be
think we're getting
substantially.
It's one
I
of
think we're
three.
getting off topic.
Well, no. Well, this is specifically from the zoning hearing board criteria. So I just want to say that it's not necessarily, it's not necessarily your. It's more than just nuts and bolts checking off boxes. There is some subjectivity to it.
Roll call, Jared.
Commissioner Layton.
Yeah.
Commissioner Velarde.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Yes.
President Gannett.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Nay.
Motion carried.
Congratulations, Liv.
All right, Lou. I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Gina Loyick to the zoning hearing board.
I'll second that.
Can I ask, can we discussion now?
Again?
Madam Chairwoman, if I might, is this you said for the zoning hearing board, is this as an alternate? Just so we're
This
clear
one
for
would
the
be
record.
as an alternate.
This
yes.
one is an alternate.
So Mr. Ginsburg was appointed back to the zoning hearing board, so we're clear, and this would be an alternate. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I just wanted to ask Mike, because out of everyone who applied for this position, setting Lou aside now, I'm curious why.
Look at her background in construction and zoning, her experience in construction and zoning. She's a licensed contractor in both Pennsylvania and the People's Republic of New Jersey. And I never even met her until now. And I think she's eminently qualified for this spot.
I think
As someone that can move into the regular zoning hearing board when a vacancy occurs during a meeting.
we have another candidate who was involved in city government. I mean, I think that's a pretty good qualification as well.
I think we have quite a few good candidates tonight, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So making that choice is going to be hard no matter what.
No, I agree. That's why I was wondering
Well, I mean,
why you chose.
look, nobody has to vote with me. That's my opinion.
I have concerns that, with someone who is involved in construction being on the zoning hearing board, especially as an alternate, we don't want someone who's going to end up with like regular conflicts of interest, on the board because they work in construction. And they might be, the company asking for the variance.
Reply to that.
Okay, please.
That's when you recuse yourself. If there's any.
Well, you're an alternate, so you would be, you would
Right,
be the
well, if
person
I
who
had to
comes
vote,
in.
right? So
Yeah.
it would be a rare occasion if I had to vote. But if it is a conflict of interest, personally, financially, or in any way, you recuse yourself. That is the correct thing to do.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that will, there won't have that, what you're suggesting. I think that I'm very qualified to recuse myself. I know better.
Yeah, no, and I don't think that you wouldn't, I just think that, we would want someone on the board who, that wouldn't be a concern for, under, I mean, just about all circumstances, where they would need to recuse themselves. And someone who works in construction, you're going to,
So you understand your.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, okay. And being on ZHB for 3 years, you're one of three. You have an alternate. It's not the Wild Wild West where you just make random decisions. You're guided by a solicitor. Todd Weitzman is a fantastic solicitor, kind of like Leo sits in for us and guides us to make the right decisions. ZHB, you're a neutral third party board. You don't vote based on feelings. You vote based on policy and zoning laws.
Well, as I said, there is some discretion here, and you're going to be setting precedent that could be years going forward.
It's black and white. There's no discretion. I was on the
I just read the discretion. The variance if authorized will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. That is discretion. Whether it alters the essential character.
Well,
that is.
we're not going to debate.
Let's vote.
We're not going to debate the law.
Yeah, really. Let's vote.
Is there public comment on this?
No, I don't think so.
Is there?
I think there is.
Is
We're a
there?
vote. We're a motion, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess there is. I don't.
Yeah, hi, Michael
I'm just
Wigan. I'm the general manager of Pocono Manor Properties. We also oppose Gina Loak as a candidate for this position for that conflict of interest. She has several social media sites that are directly biased towards Pocono Manor property. As you know, we're one of the biggest, if not the largest property in the township. And she showed several times extreme bias in her postings and offerings of the site's social media. So we oppose her as a candidate for this alternate position.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
any questions on that? Or
Yeah.
Michael Borwigan, GM of Pocono Manor.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to address that. Yes, I spoke at the Tobyhanna zoning meeting against a data center that's going to be in my backyard. Within 24 hours, this gentleman went to the gym that my husband participates in and had one of my company trucks and told the owner of there that none of the Foxtail trucks were allowed on any Pocono Manor property. And that 2 weeks later, we got a certified mail saying that our house, 315 Manor Drive, okay, broke the pipes by throwing rags, gauze, and other things into it, and that we are now responsible for fixing the sewer at Pocono Manor. That's the retaliation that you get from Pocono Manor investors, which is why none of the neighbors went to the Tobyhanna meeting, because they warned me that that would happen. So this is why that gentleman doesn't want me to sit on the board.
Any other public? No, this isn't a debate.
Well, I don't want to go back and forth.
No.
This is
No,
also,
sorry.
this is also on the zoning. Well, it's on the historical zoning, nothing to do with Tobyhanna. This
No,
is
we're
Oh.
debating this.
Yes.
Sorry, had you turn. Roll call, Jared.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long,
Nay.
President Gannett,
Nay.
Commissioner Kepler.
Nay.
Motion fails.
Oh, sorry.
You guys got to remember we're on Zoom. So please, when the hands are raised, remember we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. I'd like to make a motion for Dan McCreary.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, he was elected member of city council. He was board member, city finance board, extensive local government experience. And I think he's been to many meetings. He's involved. I think he would be impartial. I think he'd be a good choice. So yeah, I happily second that.
Any public comment? Anybody online?
No one with their hand raised.
Roll call.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde.
No.
Vice Chair Long,
Yes.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
I do want to say that we did have everybody was a good candidate. And I hope that you apply again for something.
Yeah, thank you to everyone who applied.
Thank you so much for the immense public interest in this. It's really, really gratifying to this, I mean, to me, to see so much interest.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the vacancy chair position. Same process. I'm gonna alphabetical order. I can get that right.
President Gannett, Mr. Brown has rescinded his request.
Oh, okay.
So he will not be here this evening.
Okay. So that will go in the order of, let's see if I got this right. David Mara, Todd Sebring, Brandy Starner, and I think I missed Jim Pellegrini.
Yeah, Jim, you applied for both. Is that correct? Did you apply for a vacancy?
Didn't see my name on.
I think
It's on the agenda. Nick Wilson. Who's on
And
there?
Nick, yep, sorry, Nick.
Jared, were the people who applied for both left off the agenda for vacancy in case they were appointed to zoning?
Correct.
Okay. So it was Jim Pellegrini and was there another one as well? Nick Wilson?
Yeah, he's Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there.
You applied for both?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Todd's
Sorry.
back. Todd's back there.
so I had my order. I get my order in order. He said. So yeah, David's first.
Thanks. So Dave's first, everyone else,
And yeah, everyone else that I called, Brandy, they're gone, right?
She left. Brandy left.
Nick,
Jim, you're gonna have to step out.
Todd, Jim.
Yeah, sorry, Nick.
So who's first?
David.
Oh, yeah, I know that guy.
You want to just give us a brief of why you're interested?
Sure. So I was at the last meeting when this vacancy got opened up. I sent you guys my resume. I think with my military and legal background, this position, hopefully it doesn't have to get used, but if it is, it's a tough decision. And in both of my careers, that's what I do on a regular basis. You make tough decisions for the betterment of the community. And that's what I would do if I had to get involved as a vacancy chair. So, you'd want someone with management experience, some ties to community service, whether it be this community or a prior community. And, hopefully someone that wouldn't want more warehouses in their backyard. So that's about it. That's all I have.
I have a question.
Yeah. Anybody have?
I would ask, what would your priorities be if you were forced to break a tie and select a commissioner to fill a vacancy on the board? What would your priorities be in selecting that commissioner? How would you?
Sure.
determine your vote?
Kind of what I just said. You want someone with some kind of leadership, management background and ties to the community that wants to, that has some kind of community service aspect of it too. Someone who's a leader and is the most qualified. I've had to make hiring decisions in the military and in my legal career, and you always go with the best person based on the information that you have, and that's what I would do.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim.
Madam Chair, there's a hand raised.
I just got a quick question. You guys turn that up a little bit and hear that back there.
Can you turn the volume up? Jared?
Because there's a speaker out in the hallway, if I turn the back speakers on, the rest of the people will be able to hear everyone else's description.
Yeah.
I'll turn it back on after the interviews. I mean, I could turn on that, but then everyone else will hear it. So it's up to you. Yeah.
No, okay.
I'll see if I can crank it a
If
little
you could
higher.
just speak louder. Just a brief description of why you're interested.
With the community.
Any questions for Jim?
Yeah, I would ask. Sorry. I would ask, what would your priorities be if you were forced to break a tie to fill a vacancy on the Board of Commissioners? What would your priorities be in determining how you would vote for that vacancy?
How you measure a priority, it would have to be fact based on whatever the discussion is.
How would you evaluate candidates? Let me phrase it that way.
Okay. Give me the question again.
So if there's, two commissioners who vote to select a commissioner and put forward a candidate and two others put forward another candidate, how would you evaluate those two candidates? Because that's what the vacancy would do. You would break a tie between two
Okay,
candidates.
but I mean, candidates is more of a qualification thing.
So
right?
Qualifications would be
Absolutely, yeah. Anytime you're evaluating people, you look at the qualifications. As a hiring people, like a normal business,
Any other questions?
which I've done.
Thank you, Jim. Todd. Todd. Hello.
Hi.
You just want to give us a brief synopsis of why you want to.
Well, to do what I can for the community, which Todd Sebring. I have lived in this township for 62 years, and wow, have I seen a lot. Some good, some bad. 45-year life member of the fire company, 26 years state government, always done some kind of construction, operator, foreman. I don't know what else you really are looking for. It's
Just that's all I wanted. Yep. Anybody have any questions? You're gonna ask them the same.
Yes, I am. What would your priorities be if you were forced to break a tie between two candidates for a vacancy on the Board of Commissioners? How would you evaluate the candidates?
How would I evaluate what?
So a vacancy would break a tie between
Right.
two candidates to appoint a commissioner on the board. How would you evaluate two candidates if there was a tie? What would your priorities be in selecting a commissioner?
The best one for the job. I don't know what else you're looking for. It's
okay.
Make the best decision for the community.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doc.
Brandy. Brandy.
Brandy,
Brandy. That's not,
you need to move it closer, maybe.
it doesn't move quick.
So, there you go. You need a megaphone.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Brandy. If you just want to tell us briefly why you're interested in this
Can
position.
you move the microphone
I
down?
feel that I can be very impartial when it comes to voting. And if you guys are in a standstill, I can absolutely help with that. I have much experience doing that kind of thing, being with the volunteer fire company and going through everything else that we go through as a volunteer fire company where somebody's got to stand up and be impartial and the reasonable person in the room. So basically that would be it. I mean, I volunteer a lot. I volunteered in that I have volunteered in this township for over 30 years. So I'd like to continue to volunteer and take care of my residents.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
I'm gonna.
Visual.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What would your priorities be if you were forced to break a tie in evaluating candidates? How would you evaluate candidates and select a candidate for a vacancy on the Board of Commissioners?
Well, I'm not going to look at Republican and Democrat. I can tell you that because I could care less. I don't care that you're a Republican. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I care about what you believe in and what you want to do for this township and nothing else. If you're not here to help the residents, I don't want you on my board. Did that answer your question? I'm very straightforward.
That was good.
So,
That was good.
No, not you.
no, you're going to get honesty out of me. So that's about it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
And I'm guessing Nick. Nick. Right, is that the last one? I'm just gonna ask if you just want to tell us briefly why you're interested.
Okay, it's very similar to my first response. Just because I have an interest in service and also the education, just trying to like learn more about this process and how it works and how I can add value to it.
Thank you.
Is that it?
You want to ask them the standard question?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead then.
Sure.
If
Don't
you
leave
were
me out.
forced to break a tie to fill a vacancy on the Board of Commissioners, how would you evaluate the two candidates? What would your priorities be?
I mean, ultimately it boils down to a matter of conscience. Like, so I'd have to go with that would probably be the main deciding factor for me. But you know, I have to balance the facts against like what the issue is, and so the answer is it depends really.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Mm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We-
You ready? You ready to make
We need a-
motions and
we need
stuff?
a motion.
I want to make a motion. Oh, go ahead. All right. I want to make a motion that we appoint Brandy Starner to the vacancy chair.
Discussion?
I think she said it all.
Any public comment? Anybody online?
I didn't raise my hand. I apologize. Josh Knapp, Pocono. Brandy seemed to have the best answers.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No.
Roll call.
Commissioner Leap,
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long,
Nay.
President Ganant,
Nay.
Commissioner Kepler.
Nay.
Motion fails.
Motion to appoint David Mara to the vacancy chair position.
I'll second that. Discussion?
I'm just very impressed by his resume.
Public comment? Anybody online?
No.
Roll call.
Commissioner Leap,
No.
Commissioner Velarde,
Yes.
Vice Chair Long,
Yes.
President Ganant,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I want to thank everyone again for applying. It's not an easy choice. I know a lot of you, and I hope that people continue to apply as there's more vacancies.
We're gonna move on then to resolutions. Is there a motion to approve resolution 2026-02, granting an extension to Brookstead Apartments?
Yeah, I'll second.
I didn't make the motion. I asked for a motion.
Okay. Well, then I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Why are they looking for an extension, Jared? Do you know?
The applicant and their engineer here. So if you want to come to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. So we're seeking an extension basically because there's a few of the conditions remaining from our approval on February 18th that we're working to address at this point in time. It's pretty much exclusively outside agency approvals and agreements with the township. So the plan is to move forward with construction as early as possible this year. So you're not going to have to draw this out year after year after year. Our intention is to start construction in the spring of this year. So we're seeking an extension of 12 months just to be safe because you never know. We have PennDOT approvals for the driveway, the emergency access driveway, and the water line, or the sewer line, but we don't have a highway occupancy permit for the 5-foot section of water line that we need to install to connect into the system. So that outside agency approval is going to take the longest amount of time. and, you know, it's a little bit unpredictable when you're dealing with PennDOT. But that's the only reason. Otherwise, I think we'd be able to satisfy all the remaining comments within a very reasonable amount of time, as a month or so.
John, did you have anything outstanding that?
No, I don't have anything outstanding.
You mentioned township agreements, right? What are the township?
The developers agreement, the stormwater operations and maintenance agreement, and I believe there may be a separate maintenance agreements that's mentioned in the engineer's letter. I don't know if that gets accumulated with the developers agreement.
It does.
It does. So yeah, it would be just those two agreements that we'll get a sample from your solicitor, and then we'll review it, make sure we don't have any edits, and get that signed and back to the township.
And Sal, just make sure we have your cost estimates.
Yes, we'll get that to you later this week.
Okay.
Or to the engineer later this week.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay, so I guess the motion needs to be amended to include the months. Did you? I don't think we included how many months.
No, we did.
Okay, so
And how many?
We requested a year just to be on the safe side.
Oh, 12 months.
12 months, yeah.
I'll amend it for 12 months.
and the township. Is there any public comment? Anybody online?
No.
Roll call.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde.
Yep.
Vice Chair Long,
Yes.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Right.
Like an eight.
Okay, next, we need a motion to approve resolution 2026-03, granting conditional approval of the amended Swiftwater Solar preliminary final land development plan, phase A.
Commissioner Gannett, if I can clarify,
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what.
they do have their approval. It was a similar situation to Brookstead Apartments where they have not filed or they have not recorded their approved plan. And they were under the misimpression that they had to complete all of their construction before they could record their plan. I informed them that that was not the case. And they told me that they would then record their plans. They have until February 18th to do that, and that they don't need the extension. So
Oh, okay,
I
so,
don't think the next 4 resolutions are necessary.
oh, okay, then we will. Don't need a motion. We didn't,
Motion to table.
yeah, okay. I'll make the motion to table the resolutions, the 4 resolutions.
Second.
I'm sorry. For Swiftwater Solar. Any
Second.
discussion? Any public comment?
This for the solar field at Pocono Manor?
Yeah, no, I don't know, is this the Pocono, well, the only solar field we
This is
have, right?
Swiftwater
Yeah.
Solar. It's not a new submission.
I have a yes or no question first. Was section 106 completed for Pocono Manor, which is historic land for this project?
Yeah, I remember we discussed that and Gina had brought that up before and I didn't know if you had a chance to look that up. She had brought that up quite a while ago, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
You had sent an email regarding
Did.
that, yeah.
yeah, if you're referencing the overlay district, the only proposed amendment on the overlay district that has any practical impact to the existing district is short-term rentals.
No, I think,
This
no,
one.
she's not talking about that. She's talking about,
I'm
It-
talking
it-
about the solar field that is being
Right.
built is on historic property. That is federal historic property. That entails a section 106 application from the builders of that. And my question is, was that done?
they needed something. And she's asking if it was done. I think I had forwarded you the email.
You did, but I misunderstood what the question
Oh,
was.
okay. There is some kind of other rule that says you have to do something before you can do this. She was wanting to know if it was done.
Oh, is that because it was only, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Is that because it was put on the federal register?
Because
or
it is on
it's-
historically federal land, so, correct.
I was not aware of that, and I have not seen any of that documentation.
Then I'm asking that no further construction with the solar fields continue until section 108 is done. And that we are privy to who the leading federal agency heading that up is. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we look into that then?
Absolutely.
A little further?
Yep.
And can you coordinate with John? That's two of you. Thank you.
Absolutely. You got the right one. Just ask that simple yes or no question.
AI was there.
This is the township's responsibility, which is exactly.
Have a little AI attack.
Okay. And next is a motion. We need a motion to approve resolution 2026-07, approving the payment of certain township bills and expenses pending the amendment of the 2026 Pocono Township budget. This is, we had said what we wanted to do, and then this is the resolution that we need to do that. So we had already voted to do it, and Leo put together the resolution. So do we have a motion to approve that? I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2026-07. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Discussion? Any public comment? Anybody online? Sure.
I watched the budget meetings. Will there be any kind of a documented delta between what it was and what it may be after you
Yes,
run it through?
we have to publish, and Jared and Gina are putting it together in record time. It has to be published again in another public hearing. So it gets put out for 10 days for the public to view it. And then we have the hearing.
That's really good, but we don't know necessarily where the delta is, what the differences are.
What we changed, you
Right.
mean? Oh,
Will,
okay.
will that kind of be highlighted? I mean, otherwise it's just another page of numbers to us. As citizens who don't know what they're looking at. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to see. I mean, if I was tracking it myself personally, I don't know if that's official, but, and then I know some additional changes are being made. I can probably get that to you, but not within the next 2 days, but before the hearing.
That don't matter, but knowing the delta between, where you were at and what you actually focused on, what you changed, that's really all I'm interested in. I really appreciate the prudence, but if I don't know what the difference was, then I'm like, okay, well, that was for nothing.
Sure.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. There was nobody online, right? Had a question?
Nobody online. Commissioner Leap?
Yes.
Commissioner Lardy?
Yes.
Vice Chair Long?
Yes.
President Nat?
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we need a motion to approve resolution 2026-8, approving the Penvest financial assistance application with regard to construction, rehabilitation, and or extension of the water sewer system.
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2026-08.
I'll second that. Discussion?
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, Pat Regal's here and Mike Gable is dialed in regard, in case anybody has any questions. And let me bring his.
I'm good.
I have probably a legal question. Looking at the letter of responsibility, item G, that says there are no encumbrances, pledges, or liens against the revenues generated or to be generated from the operation of the project. Didn't we pledge those on our other notes and bonds? Aren't those revenues pledged already?
The guarantee for the bonds, for the fit out, for the police are guaranteed by our full faith and credit and taxing power. I have not seen the letter and I don't think my packet had, oh, wait a minute.
Leo, this is for the Penvest sewer
This is for the
extension
sewer.
loan.
Oh, for the sewer side?
Yes.
So I thought.
Well, to
all
the
of-
extent that we have loans, they're always pledged.
So this is saying there are none, but there are.
Project is defined as,
But there are no current loans in regard to the accoutrements or changes that are currently going on with the extensions.
so these are for the extensions only? So
The extensions, changing
Okay.
wet well, and then new building.
This is for the revenue from the project. Is this extension revenues or the revenues overall of our sewer? What is it talking about?
What I would do is I would change that sentence to which have not already been disclosed. There are no encumbrances, pledges, liens against revenues generated and to be generated from the operation of the project which have not been disclosed. And let them know we have loans out, and I think we have a Penvest loan out for these.
We do.
Also. So they're probably aware of that.
Okay.
So I would just amend the letter of responsibility at the end of G to indicate the operation of the product which have not been disclosed.
Then my other question is on that same document, attachment C, L, letter L, says the applicant has retained a public accountant who has prepared a financial statement of the current and projected financial status of the applicant, of which both the form and content is acceptable to the authority. We have not hired a public accountant to do that, right?
We're under contract with PFM to do that.
Oh, it's part of the PFM thing.
Yes.
They have their own accountant.
PFM.
So we will
manages.
get this once they do it, right?
Yes, that's when you walked in last week. That was the call that Pat and I were in. So PFM will be presenting at our next Board of Commissioners meeting to go over everything we discussed in the budgetary meeting with the proposed EDU rate changes for 2027 and 2029, along with going through their recommendations for the sewer extensions and what to do with our current loans. The first one is a Penvest loan at 1%. The other one's a First Keystone loan at 1.5%. But
So
they'll go into that in detail.
So then is this premature to that presentation?
No, so this is a requirement as part of the Penvest, as part of public participation. So we had brought this forward to the Planning Commission at the last PC meeting, and now it's here now. So we will still require further documentation and approvals from the Board of Commissioners when it comes to the finalization of the Penvest loan. This is the resolution to start the process for the application on the Penvest loan.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
And it is time sensitive with the submission date in February.
Gotcha. Any public comment? Betsy? Yes, please.
Betsy Cashano, Pocono Township. I don't even know if this question is appropriate or not. And if it's not appropriate, you can say, Betsy, that's another time and another day. That's fine. But is there any way for you to share with me where the sewer system is going to be extended to, or what's going to be done to it? Or is that not, is this just really a budget topic?
I think, Pat, you can do the area, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is.
I can hear you
appropriate.
fine.
It is an
Okay.
appropriate question. And as Jared said, next meeting, we're going to have a more full presentation. There's actually a map up there now that shows some of the areas, but not in the detail that you might be looking for. So if I could invite you back for the next meeting, if you're available, and if you're not.
I just hear, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but I only have 3 minutes. So I hear a lot about the warehouse, which is they're running the sewer down my road, Staten Road. I don't even know if that's true or not. But I'm just curious. I don't have a lot of detail on who's going to have to hook up and where it's going to be. And so there's going to be a meeting for that I can attend and not interrupt everything else that's going on here tonight.
There will be.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
But Betsy,
Okay.
if I could just go a little bit into that more, that will go, the extension will go all the way down to POE Vault Court. And the previous board had passed a motion in November that unless there's a catastrophic failure, residential will not have to connect in unless it's part of the failing sewer plant.
It was used to be, it was in one of the ordinances that if you were 300 feet back from the sewer,
That is still.
is that still in the place? Because I'm more than that.
Yeah, your house would be exempt.
Yeah.
Both.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Any other public comment? Anybody online?
Just quickly, Jared, could you clarify your what you were saying about the sewer hookup on Staden?
Sure. So, to go back to the history of the sewer system when it was first designed, starting in 2006, the sewer system was initially designed to be able to handle all of Pocono Township. The pipes can handle up to 5 million gallons a day. Moving forward, the board had chosen not to go through with, hundreds of millions in putting pipes everywhere. That being said, we are not at our full rate capacity with BCRA. We do have plenty of EDUs to give out, but that being said, the sewer system is a very robust fund, and as mentioned, you'll see in the next meeting where the sewer fund is operating on its own, and the initial premise was to get everyone off, and that has somewhat changed. It's more to capture the businesses or anything that would require a special services agreement, anything with any kind of hazardous waste or chemicals, so that it doesn't go into the ground. With that, back in November, the board had passed a motion to defer any properties of connecting if they're within that 300-foot right of way, unless they have a catastrophic failure of their septic system. At that point, they would be required to connect in. But the force requirements and the EDU purchases have been waived.
Is that waived permanently or waived for this particular date and run?
Unless the board were to change that, or unless, like I said, if you had a catastrophic failure of your current septic system and you're within the 300-foot margin.
So it's at the homeowner's decision.
I mean, if you wanted to connect earlier, that is an option. But if you did not and you were within that 300, as long as your septic is functioning fine, you provide your sewer inspection reports every 3 years as required by township ordinance. You could stay on your septic for as long as you'd like, unless the board were to go back and change that motion. But at this point, we don't see any reason that would be a requirement. The sewer fund is more than healthy, and like I said, you'll see proposed rate reductions in fiscal year 2027 and 2029.
Thank you very much.
Roll call.
Commissioner Leap. Nope.
We're going to finish our vote.
Commissioner Leap. Commissioner Velarde.
Yep.
Vice Chair Long.
Yes.
President Ganane.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have a motion for the final 2025 appropriations. There's a schedule in our packet of how that's those transfers, right, Jared?
Yes.
And what that is the final look at the budget versus actual, and some of the line items needed to be moved around. Did not increase the budget. We just moved from one line to the other, so they were funded, basically.
And thank you for your help with that.
Sure. So I'll make a motion for to approve the 2025 final appropriations. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
So we're doing the minutes separately, right? This
I'm
isn't,
doing them separate.
okay, gotcha.
Any public comment? Anybody online? Roll call?
Commissioner Leap,
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long,
Yes.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
We need a motion to approve the minutes of the January 5th regular meeting.
Can I say something now or do I gotta wait?
Well, we didn't get a motion, so sure.
Okay. Well, I requested,
I don't,
sorry.
I think we can discuss anything, but
I don't know. I'm just asking because Leo used to shut it down for that.
Leo?
I mean, to be consistent, can it wait till your report or is it something that impacts?
No, it's about the minutes.
Oh, then that's fine. There should be a motion made in the second, then you can comment on the minutes.
Okay.
No, no, understood. I understand. That's why I'm saying you should just make the motion and then the comments can be. And if it's something that requires tabling, it can, whatever.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of the January 5th meeting. I'll make a motion that we do not approve the minutes of the January 5th meeting. Nobody wants to second it? So
Yeah, I'll second that. I mean, I still have issues with the minutes. So I'll second that.
Second, not to approve the minutes. Second, not to approve the minutes. Okay.
So
Yeah, I want, I mean, there's a pretty serious discussion in the minutes about legality, Sunshine Act violation, and I asked for our solicitor's comment to be included in the minutes, and I don't see it here unless I'm missing it. I don't know if you know that was changed or not, Jared. I don't know if you or Chrisanne did this.
So when we release the packet to be able to control what goes back and forth and share it on social media, we ultimately we can't go back and forth with changing the minutes. So what we request is we do the minutes. If anybody has any changes, please present them at the meeting, and then we can make those amendments as part of the motion.
I'm just curious that there's a lot of narrative in these. The minutes are different than they usually are, and I don't know why.
Again, this is why we need a policy on this.
Yeah,
Some
I agree.
want verbatim, some want what the state requires, and it's hard to please everyone until we have a full clean policy.
And I'm going to make a motion to table the minutes until we have a chance to review them and get our comments to you. Is there a second?
And then we can reissue those at the next meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? No, no discussion. Roll call?
Commissioner Leap, Commissioner Velarde,
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Yep.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
And we need a motion to approve the financial transactions through January 20th as presented in the ratification of expenditures in the amount of $714,000.
I think we did this first, right?
No, I don't
No,
think
we
so.
didn't do the-
We didn't do this. We approved the resolution, not this.
The resolution and the appropriation. So now we have to approve the financial transactions.
So I'll make that motion that we approve the financial transactions through January 20th as presented, including ratification of expenditures in the amount of $714,742.45 for the following accounts: general fund, sewer operations, gross payroll, capital reserve. No, we're not doing any capital. Is there capital reserve in there? We're not.
Capital reserve from 2025.
Oh, from 2025. Construction fund. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Any public comment? Anybody online?
I hate to quibble over a penny, but did you say 45 cents, not 40? Mine packet here says 46 cents.
Oh. I'll change it to 46.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Good. No public comment? Nobody online? Okay.
No.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Leap,
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Yep.
President Gannett.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
There it is. There you go, Ellen.
Thank you. Funny, Mike. Okay. Hey, okay. I have a motion to adopt a meeting decorum policy. But I believe it needs to be tweaked. So I'm going to make a motion to table it until we can tweak it.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Are we scrapping the entire year?
No. I just think there's some things in there that Charles brought up some points, and I think we should take another look at it before we. And I think there's, and I don't
mean,
know, Leo, if you probably haven't had a chance to take another look at it.
Not based, no, I just learned about the desire to take a look at it, but there is no debate on table.
Roll call.
Commissioner Leap,
No.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Nope.
Vice Chair Long.
Yes.
President Gannett.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
yes.
Motion carried.
Make a motion to advertise the budget hearing for the date of February 5th, 2026 at 5 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, that, we've all been invited to the T&M Engineering holiday celebration that day at 5. I don't know how everybody else feels about it.
Move your party, John.
Yeah, change your party, John.
Well, we're up against a deadline, so that's the only thing. I don't know if there's another day.
We could do the 4th.
I'm gonna give 10 days. You still have 10 days to. Is there still 10 days to the public
Yeah,
view it?
we could do the 6th.
What day is that?
It's Friday.
Ronald Reagan's birthday.
Is everybody okay with Friday? Okay. Yeah, I'll amend my motion to Friday. Whatever that number is. Friday,
February 6th.
February 6th.
the 6th.
I will accept. Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Public comment? Yes. Anybody online? Roll call.
Commissioner Leap, Commissioner Flaherty.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Yes.
President Gannett.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
There we go. Friday night.
I have a motion to appoint Gina, the treasurer, for an additional stipend. And you'll have to fill in that blank for me, Jared.
The additional stipend will be $8,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Any public comment? Anybody online? Roll call.
Commissioner Lee, Commissioner Velarde.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long,
Yep.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
And John, any update on the solar field?
Only what I expressed earlier. There's no construction going on now, and so they're at a standstill. Although they are going to record their plans, and they only have a small amount of construction to finish.
Okay. And Jared, I think you had a warehouse blasting schedule?
Yep.
And
Uh,
go ahead. Yeah.
Blasting will take place tomorrow and Friday between the hours of 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay.
This is Cheryl Parks. I wasn't allowed, my hand was up for public comment at the beginning of the meeting, but I was never allowed to speak. And it was up one other time and I wasn't acknowledged either. I don't know if you'll allow me to speak now
What?
about the blasting.
Oh, yeah, we're on blasting. Go ahead.
Last Thursday, they blasted. There was no siren. There was no anything. My whole house shook. It knocked pictures off of tables. And we were told that there was at least going to be a siren. We were told we were going to get a schedule. And none of the things have happened at all. And it was really disconcerting. It was like an earthquake in my house. So are they going to use a blasting siren before they do this? Or how is that going to work?
We know.
Yeah.
Do you know, you spoke with them, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they are required to use a blasting siren. The township tried to put a blast ordinance through about 6 years ago. And we were told that we could not control blasting. That is done through the state. So they have been good at, well, I don't want to say they've been good, but this week they've been good at communications. They did email us last week, although it was less than 24 hours notice.
Well, I have a letter that says that they're going to send us a schedule and they were going to have some kind of warning sign before they proceeded. So that was not true, apparently.
Paul or John, do you know of any requirements for blasting sirens?
Can you send us a copy of that letter?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'll review the state regs, Jared, and report back, but I don't know off the top of my head. I don't believe there is, but I will check.
Well, I think what I'm saying is that I'm told all kinds of stuff for the last 2 years, and nothing has been come to pass as far as what we've been told on our road between the kennel and between them.
They're gonna look into it, Cheryl. We'll get back to you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Matt?
There's a hand up in the back.
Okay, Karen.
Karen Delighten, Ruby Lane. The blasting, an 8-hour period, to have to be on alert for that is not good. It was awful. It scared the hell out of everyone. And it was nasty. And I don't want to have to go 8 hours twice a week deciding what minute they're going to do it. We need some kind of closer than an 8-hour period. I cannot sit home and have the dogs and my handicapped brothers. I have 2 special needs. It's not nice. Thank you.
I'll reach out to their attorney and see if they could give us a better time frame other than the 8 to 4.
Okay. Matt.
Yeah, so the amount on this motion is going to change because I got the exact number. But I want to make a motion to authorize the purchase of a police vehicle in the amount of $108,170.38.
Second. Discussion. We already kind of voted that we would not be doing any capital purchases. So my question would be, is this an emergency, or since we're almost there? I mean, did something change?
Well, can I just,
Or
oh, sorry.
is the vendor not gonna give us the car? They're not gonna hold it?
Well, I would just say, when we decided that was before we reopened the budget and went through the 2 budget workshops. After we went through those 2 budget workshops, the 3 police vehicles are still in the capital budget. So it doesn't seem like that's going to change. And this is the only capital expenditure that is time sensitive. I mean, they already put it on hold, and I don't see why we would make them wait when it seems like we are going to approve 3 police vehicles, and the first one, they were already set to get, and we're making them wait. I wouldn't say it's an emergency, but I just don't get why we would make them wait at this point after the 2 budget workshops.
Well, I would say because we don't have an approved budget, but is there any other discussion? Any public comment? Anybody online?
How can you approve that purchase if the budget isn't approved yet?
That was my point.
Well, we did approve other expenditures, right? I mean, we approved all sorts of expenditures. We didn't approve any capital expenditures before the budget workshops, but this is the only one being affected by the pause right now.
Where are we legally, Leo? Because we've already voted not to do that. Can we unvote?
Yeah, you can amend that. You can amend that resolution to include the purchase of this vehicle this evening. I would go back, and if the person who moved the motion, who made the motion, is agreeable to the amendment, and the person who seconded the motion is agreeable to the amendment, then you can amend that resolution. Otherwise, if the person who made the amendment is not in favor of, who made the original motion is not in favor of it, then you cannot make that purchase. You'd have to amend that resolution first.
We don't have minutes to tell us who made the motions.
I think Ellen made the motion to approve. We're talking about resolution 2026-07. Is that right?
No, he's talking about the resolution.
The resolution that was the sort of interim resolution to allow the township to function pending the passage of the amended the budget.
Couldn't we amend this resolution paying certain township bills and expenses and add this one other expense? The resolution from today?
I just want to see that resolution that we did tonight.
While Leo's getting that answer, Jim, if we don't pull the trigger on this, are we going to lose that car?
No, they have cars in stock. My concern is the upfit and getting all the parts. And by the time we move to order, we probably won't see a complete car ready for the road for probably 3 months. The cars in stock, they have plenty of cars in stock. I'm not too concerned about that. It's about the upfit.
I will add that if we look at the resolution that was passed this evening, 2026-07, there is a provision in that resolution that says, be it further resolved that any expenditures other than expressly provided for herein shall not be made without prior authorization of the Board of Commissioners. Sort of a catch-all phrase, which I think this, if the board was inclined, would be included in that catch-all.
Jim, I know we're considering hiring 2 new officers later in the agenda this evening, I believe. Are we going to need that car for those officers? They're going to be riding along with our officers before they're going to need their own vehicles, right?
That's correct. They'll be on an FTO program for 2, maybe 3 months. There's a lot of administrative
it's about
work.
the length of the upfit, right? So
Correct. The only other issue is or concern is we have several cars with high mileage. We're incurring maintenance fees. We have our vehicle maintenance officer, Joe Bianchi, who does an amazing job keeping track of our service maintenance stuff. Those are just some of the concerns, but I don't think it's going to put us in a holding up the hiring process was definitely something that we had a major concern over. But the cars, I think we can pull off waiting another. We're talking a month, aren't we, before this gets approved?
February 6th.
That's 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks. So I think
Except the authorization would have to be made at a public meeting.
Okay.
So it's the meeting following the adoption, unless there's a special meeting held to authorize that acquisition.
Yeah, and that would be roughly a month. Yeah, I think we're okay with that. Thanks.
Well, well, we'll see where it goes. We have a motion on the table, so roll call, Jerry.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde?
Yes.
Vice Chair Long?
Yes.
President Ganant?
No.
Commissioner Kepler?
Yes.
Motion carried.
The next thing I have is a lot of townships have environmental advisory councils. I think it's important that Pocono Township has one as well. So I do want to make a motion to authorize our solicitor to draft an ordinance creating an environmental advisory council in Pocono Township.
I'll second that for discussion.
Can I just read a little bit that I have it very quickly? I pulled this from Smithfield Township's Environmental Advisory Council. The purpose shall be to advise local government agencies, including but not limited to the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Commission, on matters dealing with the protection, conservation, management, promotion, acquisition, and use of natural resources. These natural resources include air, land, water, and open space located within Pocono Township. The Environmental Advisory Council is to be advisory to and shall coordinate its activities with the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Commission. And just very briefly, the 6 duties it has listed. Number 1, identify environmental problems and recommend plans and programs to the board. Number 2, make recommendations as to the possible use of open land areas within the township. Number 3 is promote a community environmental program. Number 4 is to keep an index of all open space in environmentally sensitive areas. Number 5 is to advise the Board of Commissioners and other agencies on the acquisition of property, both real and personal, and rights thereto by gift, purchase, grant, etc., in matters consistent with the purpose of the council. And then number 6 is to perform any other duties assigned to it by the Board of Commissioners. So it's purely advisory. It would be advising the Board of Commissioners on a host of areas. It wouldn't have the same authority as the Planning Commission does, but it would work in parallel with the Planning Commission. And I think it would give us an important perspective on matters dealing with the township.
I think that this is a great idea. I mean, you did make the motion, right? And
Yes.
this is seconded.
Yeah, Alan seconded.
None of us up here are, environmental lawyers. None of us are, experts on environmental policy. So I think bringing in policy experts who can give us a recommendation is a great idea, especially with the Poconos being such an important environmental place with the cranberry bog and, so many. I mean, it's a big reason why people come out here is to be out in nature. So.
Any other discussion? Oh, just 1 minute, just a minute. We're not done yet. Any other discussion? Public comment. Go ahead. So. You should come to the podium so people can hear you.
No, there we go. Yeah, there you go. If this is approved, how would it be elected? Would it be appointed by the commissioners?
Yes.
So you would appoint who is on this commission?
Yeah, so we would advertise just like we just did for zoning board and vacancy. And depending on how many applicants we would have, I think I've seen different boards range from 3 members to 7. So depending on the interest and the number of applicants, I think we could decide how many full full members we would appoint, and then maybe have an alternate or 2 as well. So that'll be part of the ordinance drafting process.
Approved, right. I was just curious how you were going to go about if it was an appointed or elected or what kind of.
Yeah, so you would email Jared a letter of interest in your resume, and then he would give that to the board, and then you would come in at a future meeting when we decide on the appointments.
Thank you.
And these are appointed volunteer positions. It wouldn't be any cost to the taxpayer. You interested?
Cindy Greger. Scott Run.
So with this advisory board, Matt, we are looking at an overlay right now of changing what we're putting where in our township. Would this board be in place before that is voted on for finalization or after?
It's a good question. It depends on, first of all, the board will have to vote to approve this. We haven't voted yet. But if the board does approve this and we form it and we post the positions and we're going to have to decide how long we want to post the positions, and then so we would have to figure that out. I can get back to you with a clear answer on that. I don't know unless somebody else knows.
Well, I think it could happen, right? Because the planning commission, that's still going to be ongoing, right? We still have quite a bit of work to do, but that would be a nice little advisory board.
My guess is that it would be through prior to the zoning board of commissioners plan and rewrite. Leo needs to draft an ordinance, and then it needs to go. Because an ordinance needs to go through public hearing. But I don't foresee that the council would be. The zoning would be through prior to the council now.
So we have a ways to go before the overlay is voted on.
I want to move as quickly as we can on it, though.
Okay.
Who's going to oversee it? Do you know?
So
are there going to be regular scheduled meetings? The solicitor involved?
Yeah. So, I mean, if it's approved, Leo will draft an ordinance, and then the board can discuss it and amend it however they want. We can discuss all of that. First, I'm hoping that people will apply. I mean, if nobody applies, then the question is it's null. But hopefully, we have interest.
I want to thank you and encourage everyone to vote for this ordinance. It'll probably be the most important ordinance that this town will do all year. We need it.
Yep. And
Thank you.
We will still be looking for volunteers. So that's okay. Any public comment online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think this is what the Poconos has been needing for a long time, and I think this is fabulous. Thank you.
Who was that, Jared?
That was Maria Daniels.
Okay. Any other public comment?
Cheryl, you have your hand up. Cheryl Parks, you have your hand up.
Yeah, here I am. Sorry. I think that this should be approved so people won't have to go to do the same stuff that the residents of Ruby Lane and Kevin's Lane are going through right now with this warehouse, which has just been atrocious. So I really urge you to please vote for this. Thank you.
Roll call.
Commissioner Leap.
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Yes.
President Gannett.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So the next, for anyone who was at the first meeting, I just want to provide an update on what's going on from my perspective. We discussed the fact that the previous board had authorized a letter of engagement regarding possibly auditing our amusement tax pays to make sure that we were collecting the amusement tax that we think we should be collecting. So we discussed at that first meeting as well about setting up a voluntary information gathering meeting with some of the major amusement tax pays, as well as the Pocono Mountain Visitors Bureau will be there. They're an interested party. And we did schedule that for February 2nd, Jared, I believe.
Yes, February 2nd at 2:30.
So we will be having that meeting, and I plan on reporting back to the residents after that. I think our next meeting is February 2nd as well, so I will be able to provide an update that same day. And then I just want to say this kind of ties in to the amusement tax discussion. We had also authorized a police cost recovery ordinance at the first meeting, and the draft of that ordinance was completed by our solicitor. And I initially was going to bring that up tonight, but I do want to have a conversation with the players affected by the amusement tax and the police cost ordinance, so that we're all on the same page, and also There's a couple questions that I want to ask at that meeting before we proceed on the police ordinance. So I do plan on bringing that ordinance up February 2nd, potentially as well, depending on how the meeting goes. So I just wanted to kind of give everyone an update on those things because they're going to affect the future of Pocono Township significantly, potentially. And then one other thing, the data center ordinance that we authorized at the first meeting, our engineer has made significant progress on that, and it's not completed yet, so that's not ready to bring up for this meeting, but hopefully we can bring that up next meeting. John, can you give us an update?
Yes, matter of fact, I was planning on sending you a draft tomorrow. If we've covered everything that you found, or that you think that you want in there, you may want to circulate it to the other board, or you may want to have a dialogue with me to amend anything that you see. But we're going to keep this moving as quickly as we can.
And for anybody who was not at the first meeting, the data center ordinance, we can't ban data centers in Pocono Township. You have to provide a use for everything, but we can provide strong local control and strong buffer zones between residential areas and environmentally sensitive areas so that the board here has as much power and control as possible under the law if there is a proposed data center in the future. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Natasha.
So tonight I would like to make a motion to authorize the township solicitor to advertise for the hearing on the chicken ordinance recommendation from the planning commission. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Charles. We've been talking about chickens for a year. The ordinance has been circulating for 6 months. As everyone knows, chickens are prohibited in Pocono Township as of now. The ordinance would allow it. So I'm just trying to actually see some movement on that for the first time in a year.
Any public comment? That's it.
Okay. Right here.
Natasha, Betsy, Staten Road, Betsy Cashano. This is going to sound ludicrous, I know, but I'm a realtor, as you all know, and I had a client in Pocono Township a while back when Dee was actually here, who asked if they could get property for with chickens that are allowed to have chickens in Pocono Township. And she was, she was the boss lady back then and told me that you could sell somebody a house and they can have chickens in Pocono Township as long as you name them. Was that a joke? No, I'm serious. She said, if they'll, and you can't have a rooster as long as you name them. Is it true or is that a joke?
So that's not true. Paul, can you just explain exactly what you explained to me the other day when I asked about what currently is?
I'm sorry,
prohibited?
I didn't mean to make you laugh.
No, I don't want to speak on the validity of what Dee said. At this point, chickens are not permitted.
Even if they're henny and penny and
the ordinance specifically calls out the keeping of fowl or poultry.
Okay.
It doesn't have any exemptions for names or anything of that nature.
So I've been pitching that for a long time now. Okay, I just want you to know that.
It's a service animal.
A service chicken. Thank you. Okay.
Emotional support. Yep.
So if somebody says my realtor said I could, that was probably me.
Tell them your emotional support.
Any other public comment?
How you doing? Paul France, Hill Road. Just how far are you going with this chicken ordinance? I mean, you're not allowed to have a rooster. You're not allowed. I mean, how far are you going with this?
No, you can have a rooster if you have 5 acres, right? Under the current ordinance.
Well, I mean, I have crows that are like bothering me. What do I do about that? It's like you can't have a rooster unless you have 5 acres of ground. You kidding me? You're in the Poconos.
So I was for chickens and roosters, and I was voted down on a 4-1. And the happy medium was a 5 acre, which I was against. However, at this point, I just want to get something on the books allowing chickens at the very least.
I mean, I could see if they're running loose or whatever, they'd have to stay on your property or whatever. But I mean, even if you had, you have to have more than 1 acre, I can understand. But this is crazy. I mean, you're in the Poconos. My God, you're not going to have a deer on your lawn, or, it's like, You're kidding me.
The issue, I think, with that we've heard from, dozens of residents is the noise. They're just very, very concerned because roosters are very, very loud.
Well, they are loud, but so are crows and everything else. I mean, you're in the Poconos. What happens when a cow moves? I mean, it's like, really? Seriously?
I mean, a rooster's a lot louder than a cow. But
How do you figure? I live on a farm. I mean, where are you from? You're definitely not from the Poconos.
I my wife grew up with chickens. I've heard horror stories from her.
Well, horror stories. I mean, it's a chicken.
So at this point, what we're looking to do is authorize the solicitor to advertise for a hearing. We have the hearing regarding this. We discuss it. It's open for public comment. We can amend it during that, correct, Leo? If there's any changes.
And then we have to have another.
And then we
hearing.
have,
No, if it's a zoning amendment, so if there's any amendment, we'd have to go back through the process.
so it would start over.
Correct.
I mean, I got to tell you, I just think it's the craziest thing I ever heard. I mean, it's just
By
really.
planning commissions, county and local. Proper advertising. We'd have to go back through the whole process.
If it's chickens, what's next?
Data centers.
Yeah, really. I mean, it's just think about it. That's crazy.
Any other public comment?
Right now.
Just to counteract that, my name is Frank Reilly, Township President. Well, I was at the Planning Commission meeting the other day, and I got some specs for you. If you like to have a 30-06 go out right next to your house, pretty much randomly, have a rooster in a half-acre spot because their decibels can reach 143. And as a 30-06, gunshots, about 130 decibels, 140. So it's on equivalent or on par with gunshots. I can tell you that the stock car races, 130 decibels. That's less than a rooster going off randomly next to your house, next to your neighbor's house, whatever. So you can laugh all you want. It's a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment online, Jared?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Are you speaking with me?
Yes, online.
Terry.
Hi, it's Terry Martin, Chestnut Hill Township. I can speak to this because I have an autistic son and he has chickens. And we went through this with a homeowner association. And when somebody has a disability, it is legitimate. It would be government overreach to make him get rid of his chickens. So I think we're really overreaching, and I don't know where this information came from about a gunshot being as loud as a rooster, but I don't buy it. And I think that if you can't deal with chickens, maybe you're living in the wrong area. And I would question those statistics. And I agree with Natasha. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Roll call. Frank, you already were up. Frank.
Again,
you've
Frank
already-
Reilly, Township.
You only get one
Oh,
shot.
I was just going to say,
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with chickens. but everybody thinks-
Yep.
I'm not here for.
We have other online
Oh, you have
comment,
more people.
Cheryl
Okay.
Parks and Josh Knapp.
Okay.
Cheryl, go ahead first, please.
Thank you. I think 5 acres for a rooster is ridiculous. When you're talking about decibel levels, the township gave a special exception to a kennel on my road, so I get 8 Airedales barking at 5:30 every morning. So somebody should measure the decibel level on that. I think that I'm glad that you're addressing this finally. I think 5 acres, and I guess I'll be there to talk about that when we have the meeting after it's approved. Thank you.
You have someone else?
Mr. Knapp?
Yes, thank you, Jared. 5 acres seems a lot. I sort of agree with Betsy. When I first moved up to the Poconos, and friends who've come to the Poconos sort of expect to be able to raise chickens, and then they turn around and see what the ordinance is. I do agree that roosters are an issue, and you certainly have a couple issues to work out, but generally, I'm for fresh eggs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Lindau, I'm a resident of the township, live in Henryville. I have some information from other townships around us that have a lower population density than ours. Middle Smithfield Township does not permit roosters. And last I heard, roosters do not lay eggs. So if you want eggs, you don't need a rooster. Smithfield Township, no roosters permitted. Coolbaugh Township, no roosters permitted. Why should we have roosters when we have a higher population density than these other townships? Thank you.
Any other public comment? Jim?
Just briefly, the acreage I think is irrelevant. Distance from other, other buildings or a road or a neighbor is more relevant. The gentleman's absolutely right. I looked up the same number because when he first said it, I didn't believe it. And the decibels are that high. But I think that you're going to be rewriting this only for the fact that, I could have 5 acres. I'm living on a quarter of an acre. My chicken coop's next to my house and the other 4 acres are behind it. Thank you.
I know you're all tired of hearing from me.
Need some music or something.
Kyle Hazelton, resident. Personally, I do feel that 5 acres is a little bit of a government overreach for allowing me to do what is essentially I deem necessary for my property and my family. No, you don't need chicken or you don't need roosters to lay an egg. However, if you've recently anybody who actually has chickens, we already know the price of a chick has doubled in the last year. So in order for you to maintain your flock, yes, it would help for somebody who wants to be as frugal as possible to actually have a rooster, to actually be able to repopulate their flock. Because a hen, they're effective. Maximum laying is from 1 year to 5 years. And after that, they start to drop off quite drastically. Some hens that is as early as 3 years. So you do end up having to repopulate that flock a lot earlier. Just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Monica?
Monica, Henryville. I'm just curious, what are we going to do if people have roosters? We're going to have the police come out? Like what's the plan? We're spending a lot of time and we're going to turn people in for having a rooster. Is that what it's going to come to?
So Leo, I have a question. Are we allowed to discuss amendments to the chicken ordinance tonight, or do I put that on my agenda for next meeting?
I would put it on your agenda for next meeting only because it's going to involve substantive changes to the ordinance. So we want to get those all consolidated so we can amend the ordinance once, because it has to go back to the planning commissions based on those amendments.
Would we like to consider a workshop where we can have people
I don't
come
think
in?
a workshop. There's
and
plenty of people here
litigate this
tonight
all
speaking
and then
for and against, and they've come numerous times every meeting and discussed the chickens for literally a year. So
because every time they come, we discuss it. Nobody's happy with what we bring forward, and then we have to go back to the drawing board, and we just go round and round and round and round.
The issue is a rooster being loud versus government overreach and telling people what they can and can't do on their properties. That's the real issue at hand.
Well,
okay, number one, the 5 acre thing really has to be cut down.
if anybody has chickens and they're actually having the chickens for eggs and they have a family of 4, one chicken is not going to feed that family with one chicken for eggs. Number 2, you say they're dirty and gross. Okay, well, what about the deer and the beaver and the bears that all shit in the streams?
What are you talking about?
We're talking about industrial chicken coops.
Does the ordinance?
We're talking about, well, you want a workshop because the chickens are dirty. We're not talking about industrial chicken coops. We're talking about backyard chicken coops where people actually keep them nice and clean.
Well, actually, the ordinance doesn't have any require. They just say it needs to be confined to property. So as far as I know, the ordinance doesn't actually have any standards for, having them penned or having, a coop or anything like that. As a matter of fact, that's one of the notes in the
Doesn't it
the
say you
planning
have to-
commission's
Yeah.
letter to us.
It does say you have to have a coop and you have to have a manure plan.
No, it says the note number 4. While the proposed amendments state that fowl are to be confined to property owner of the fowl, no standards regarding coop fencing, coops, or enclosures are included. It is recommended that the township solicitor consider such requirements in order to prevent animal trespass into neighboring properties to ensure proper coop maintenance. That's the letter we received from the Monroe County Planning Board.
Okay, I still think you need to revisit the 5-acre rule.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's the temperature on the board? My 2 cents matter. I had 27 chickens before I moved to the Poconos. I was on 3 acres. Okay. They were clean. And I did have 1 rooster because it is correct. Like, you need to keep producing chickens. Okay. So I'm from Miami. They're like our national bird. They're like all over the streets, cockadoodling at 5 a.m. They live there. They fly around just like in Hawaii. So it's not a big deal. Really.
Maybe they can train the chickens to poop in a litter box.
Just one more thing to take into consideration. A lot of these properties that have chickens were not R1 zoned. The township, without notification to the owners, changed their zoning to R1 from R2s and farms so they could get more revenue. So if you look at the size of the properties and what had been traditionally farms, maybe you should give them back their zoning and you wouldn't have this problem.
Thank you. Thanks, Cindy.
I think we should move forward. This can always be amended. Right now, no chickens are allowed. And everybody agrees that you should be able to have chickens, I think. Maybe a couple of people don't. And the rooster gate issue, if I can use that term, we can always come back and amend the ordinance to deal with the rooster issue. But I think it's important that we get this going. I agree that I was going to have this on my agenda, but I saw you did. So I think we should move forward and allow chickens in Pocono Township.
And we do have one more. We have one more person online.
Okay.
You can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for moving ahead on this finally. There was great input tonight and there are also legitimate concerns. It is true that roosters are extremely loud. They can be heard as far away as 2 miles and 110 decibels have been recorded. So the acreage is important. But when someone mentioned 3 acres, that seems legitimate to me. 5 acres seems like a stretch. 3 acres seems like, according to statistics and according to the empirical research that's been done, they can be heard up to 2 miles away. So if you allow a rooster on 3 acres of property, that ensures people's quality of life and people's peace of mind. I would just, before you just go ahead declaring 5 acres the proper amount, I would look at some of the research and come to an informed decision regarding that. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Roll call, Jared.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Lardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next on my list is a motion to authorize the township solicitor to advertise a rezoning hearing for the MCTI parcels from R1 to R2. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. This was the presentation that we've had now for 2 meetings of the rezoning from the R1 to the R2 in order for them to start their student build program again so they can build houses from the ground up.
Any discussion from the board? Any public comment? Anybody online?
No.
Roll call.
Commissioner Leap,
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Yep.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, next on my list is a motion to authorize the township solicitor to work with the Pocono Township Volunteer Fire Company. If they should choose to draft a billing resolution to have Pocono Township solicitor assist with the fire department billing. Is there a second?
Second.
So this was brought up as, a potential cost savings to the fire department should they choose to go this route. It's not, they're not required to do this. It was just to open the conversations. I know you guys are here tonight. If anyone would like to say anything on behalf of the fire company. Okay, perfect.
So this is to bill for things they do. Right?
So
Just like the
and
police thing.
Chief Marin, correct me if I'm wrong. But they have a third-party billing system now that takes a large chunk as a percentage of any billables that they bring in. So starting that discussion with Leo in his office, because Leo handles it for other companies currently.
Oh, okay. You do billing?
Jordan Maring, Fire Chief. Yes, for our billing right now, we have a third-party company that does it. They do take about a third of what we would get back as their fee for doing that for us. So we're definitely open to talking with everyone and seeing what they could help us with as far as funding. So
100,000 in billables, they're losing 33,000.
yeah, it is quite a bit. Yes.
Madam Chair, Chief, who do you use?
PA Fire Recovery, I believe.
Okay. I think I know who they are.
Yep.
Okay.
They're pretty local to the area, but they do handle quite a few fire companies.
So I'm confused. Your office does this, Leo, or you?
No, I assist in
Oh, okay.
when a fire company gets sued, challenging whether or not the costs are recoverable, then I get involved. I don't do the billing.
Oh,
If there was a misunderstanding.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Years ago, this was talked about. This was brought up with the township that you'd help with debt collections and moving forward with.
I certainly could send
having
letters
the
demanding
teeth.
payment. I mean, that I do routinely.
We
part
talked
of my
about this
practice
years
is
ago to
collections.
give the fire company teeth because they send it to a third party biller, and a lot of times the insurance company or whoever will say no, and they're kind of dead in the water.
Yeah, I mean,
So
if that's the task, I do that routinely. I mean,
but I think they'll still get charged the fee though. Right?
Yeah,
The people that are doing the billing are
township
getting
would
the
take
fee.
over
You're looking for a new biller that won't charge the fee, right?
Yeah, it was brought up just to kind of go over the options and what we could come up with and
Yeah,
see if there is a
sure.
better.
Jared will tell you how to get a hold of me. We'll sit down, we can talk over a cup of coffee and discuss the best way I think, to collect your fees without paying a third.
Perfect. That'd be great.
Yeah, sure. No,
Thank
that
you.
I can do.
So do you need a resolution?
Well, I don't think there's.
No, just the authorization.
There's
I think
authorization
the
to start the
authorization.
conversation.
Yeah, correct.
So public comment? Any other public comment? Anybody online? No. So is this the proper motion or do we need to fix that? Or
Yeah, I mean, the motion is to authorize the solicitor to work with Pocono Township Volunteer Fire Company to draft a billing resolution. I think it should be just to discuss billing procedures and try to get more efficient and cost effective in cost recoveries.
So I'll accept that amendment. Mike,
I'll accept that.
roll call, Jerry?
Commissioner Leap,
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Yes.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, next on my list is a motion to set 100% designation of funds raised from township events to the Pocono Township Volunteer Fire Company. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Although with the township events, we do give a portion to the fire company. It is at the discretion to give it to other agencies, and I would like that all to stay to the fire company.
Where do we currently? Where do the proceeds currently go? Besides,
Chunk goes to the fire company, but Olson's Christmas Wish, which else? Toys for Tots.
Toys for Tots.
Which, I mean, those can be separate donations from the township, in my opinion. I think that the events, especially because the fire department and the fire police work those events and they're volunteers and they help us, we should give any proceeds to them.
Yep. Do we know what the total proceeds from events were last year, roughly? I won't hold you to it, but curious.
11 grand.
Okay.
So they're getting a majority of it, but
right.
Again, I just want to designate that everything goes.
All of it.
Any public comment? Anybody online?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Terry Martin again. I think this is an excellent, excellent idea, and I think they should get every penny. It's a fantastic idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Roll call, Jared?
Commissioner Leap.
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Yes.
President Gannett.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. Next on my list is a motion to approve the employment contract for Patrick Briegel for a 1-year term. Is there a second? Second by Mike. So at the reorg meeting, Patrick is the only manager that did not get a contract approved. It was discussed that he was just a job, which I don't think is.
No.
Yes,
That's not, you misunderstood. He didn't need to be appointed.
It wasn't appointed. It was to extend
No,
his
the
contract.
motion on the agenda was to be appointed. Jared's nodding yes.
That's only for appointments. So
He gets a
by
contract.
township charter, the manager and the police chief get appointed, and then contracts are extended after that. So because Patrick's position is not a required appointment through township charter, the next step would be to approve his contract.
To approve his contract.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just an amendment to my motion.
Correct. It's just continuing his current contract for 1 year.
But
I don't think we made a motion at all on it.
no, we didn't, but I don't have a contract either to approve. It's not in our packet.
It's in here, I think.
Is it?
It could be in the back. It wasn't in the.
It's towards the back.
Oh, it wasn't online. You mean it's on here?
Yeah, it's in here.
So
I'm
it's
just
the
looking-
same as last year with this 4%.
Correct.
Correct. I'm just looking to
The same
extend
benefits. Yep.
his contract as it is. Like I said, I just didn't think it was appropriate that he was told he was just a job, considering all that he does for us.
No, that's not what I said, but
He did.
but okay.
If it's here for us, but it's not in the packet that was posted for the public, can we approve it without the public having seen it?
Yeah, not every same thing ever gets in the packet.
Yeah, I mean there's personnel things as part of that. So as the public salary is public and approved upon as part of the budget, this is just the contract of it. So
Well, I think it's a public record though, right, Leo?
It would be a public record, and as Patrick, I'm sure, is aware, he serves as an at-will employee, meaning he can be replaced at any time for any reason or no reason whatsoever. For purposes of moving this along, tonight's motion, I think I would state his salary, since that is public record, and the benefits. I don't know how they were created for his contract, but it is public record.
So the salary is, give me a sec. The salary is $127,036. You said benefits, Leo. We should state.
Yeah, just the thumbnail sketch of the contract you're going to extend.
So 20 vacation days per year, 10 sick days per year. Yeah, life insurance, medical insurance, prescription dental vision. I think that covers it. 9%, I think, of his base salary contributed on an annual basis to the pension.
And I just want to add all employees get those benefits.
yeah, it's a uniform package throughout.
Any public comment? Anybody online? Roll call?
Commissioner Leap.
Yes.
Commissioner Blarty,
Yes.
Vice Chair Long,
Yep.
President Ganant,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So last thing on my list is, are we going to move the decorum policy to the following meeting? Because I'm a little bit concerned considering that at the very beginning, I don't have a copy of the statement from the president. However, it was said that you asked for no one to comment on anything besides the actual township business and the situation. So you asked them not to comment on the things that were going on. You said you were going to address the decorum policy and now it's tabled. It was advertised and we didn't even get a chance to discuss it. So I'm just a little concerned that it's a disservice to the taxpayers and people who came out to discuss that. So I just want to make sure it's going to be discussed at the next meeting, because Leo had looked at it prior to it being circulated to the board and then provided to the public. So I'm a little confused as why we're not discussing it.
Well, we tabled it. Can we untable it, Leo, or does it remain tabled?
I believe it would remain tabled. I will say, Madam Chair, if I can, that there were comments received by Commissioner Kepler. We want to relook at primarily whether or not we're restricting any content-based communication. That's really the primary change that we'll be looking at.
Otherwise, I'm for it. I'm
So
not
is it
changing
going to
my
be on the
mind.
next meeting?
Yes.
Absolutely.
We'll look at the content-based comments, and then it'll be on the next meeting for discussion and action by the board.
Thank you. That's it.
Mike?
Okay. Statements expressed by individual board members are their own and do not necessarily represent the official position of the board nor myself. I'd like to make a motion to declare Pocono Township a Second Amendment sanctuary township.
Second that discussion purpose.
Yeah.
Okay. Second Amendment sanctuary is a local government that passes resolutions or laws to resist enforcing state or federal gun control measures they deem unconstitutional. Often by refusing to allocate resources to enforcement, targeting laws like red flag laws, universal background checks, or assault weapon bans. These resolutions, modeled after immigrant sanctuary cities, are largely symbolic, but aim to express opposition to stricter gun laws and can range from symbolic declarations to ordinances with fines for enforcement. What my concern is, with the influx of people moving to the Poconos, bringing their city beliefs, I think it would be a good thing if we had a sign at the entrance, at the beginning of our town, at both ends, and wherever else. I've seen them all over the place, and it simply says that Pocono Township is a Second Amendment sanctuary township. Now, I don't know if we need to make an ordinance out of it. I don't know if we need to just have signs put up, but it's something that I feel we should do.
I looked it up because I didn't know what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And it really is just a declaration. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't do anything other than saying this is where we stand. And to me, it's more political, and I don't really want to get involved in that. But I mean, I'm all for gun rights. I own guns, but I don't know what this actually does for the township.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think anyone on this board has a problem with firearms. I mean, we have a Second Amendment in this country. Pennsylvania, an open carry state. I don't even think we have any restrictions in Pocono Township about bringing them into the meeting.
My concern is that if we don't do this, a future board populated with less conservative minds could cause a problem.
They could undo it, Mike, though. They could undo it.
Yeah, you're right. They could, but it's better looking at it than looking for it.
But I stormed the something back on.
Yeah, you're right.
Just saying.
All right. Well, hey, look. All right. So,
Okay.
hey, I tried.
Yep. Any public comment? Jim?
You're not going to believe this when I tell you, but I like the way you make decisions. But we are on complete opposite ends of the political spectrum, which, in my opinion, politics should be not at the board, including your little red hat, but have at it, man. Enjoy.
It's just a red hat, man.
I know what it is. We are protected by the Second Amendment.
Yes, we are.
We are, and the battle cry in every election, without exception, is the Democrats want your guns. You went through 8 years of Clinton, 8 years of Obama, and 4 years of Biden, and we still have our guns. Dude, this is frivolous. This is pointless. And I agree with Ellen. It's more political than anything else, and it does not belong in this township, in this meeting ever. A lot of the political stuff you say, Mike, it's just not right. But you be you.
I am.
I get that. And you got guns, and we all got guns, and nobody wants your guns. The Democrats don't want your guns, man.
I'll believe that when it's proved.
You should believe the facts. Look around.
Richard Lindauer, Henryville, 13-year resident of the township. Between my wife and myself, we have 5 handguns, 3 long guns. I think this is a frivolous motion. You're talking about a possible future condition. There's no evidence of that. We have a Second Amendment. I'm licensed to carry a firearm concealed. My wife is. Anyone who wants to in this township can get a license to conceal carry.
I have one.
Most of us
I have one.
have guns or know
But
people
you know,
with guns.
you know what?
So this is a frivolous.
Okay.
This is a frivolous motion.
Okay.
It's a waste of the council's time.
Yeah, yeah. Chickens are a waste of the township's time.
Okay, Mike, we're not to argue.
Okay. Okay. So I'm guessing my motion is going to fail.
We don't know. Let's going to put it through.
Okay.
Any other public comment?
Can I just say something? Sorry.
Just a minute. Anybody online?
Yes. Can you hear me? It's Terry Martin.
Yep, go ahead.
Yes.
Mary.
Mike, I agree with you 100%. And the reason why is because when we established a crime watch in our area, we put signs up. And those signs were a deterrent. And anything we can do to deter crime, I believe that the signs would be good, that you defend the Second Amendment. I get it. I have a license to carry. I have lots of guns. But you know what? I agree with Mike because I believe that those signs might just be a deterrent. If somebody's thinking they're going to try something, maybe they'll try something somewhere else if they know somebody's watching. Again, I believe it could be a deterrent, and I think it's a good idea. And thank you for listening.
Roll call, Jared.
We still have 2 more dialed
Oh,
in.
I'm sorry.
Marie DeAndrews.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Maria.
Pocono. Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I think people know that people in Pennsylvania are well armed. I think we actually should be moving in a different direction. Gun violence is it's beyond extreme in the United States. And so I strongly, strongly oppose this suggestion. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Knapp.
Yeah, I got to back up the 2 gentlemen speakers before Terry. This is nonsense. It's political in a way, and the board shouldn't be dealing with it. And you know what? I'm a gun owner too, and I believe in the Second Amendment, but this is, it gets a little much.
Okay, roll call.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt wanted to say.
I just have a question because I researched this too. Some townships have ordinances, some have resolutions. Are we not doing either of those things? And I don't really understand what we're voting on. I guess we're just voting to declare us a town. Are we voting on signs? What are we voting on right now?
You haven't gotten that far.
Well, this is what's the motion for? What are we voting on?
To declare Pocono Township a Second Amendment sanctuary township.
I mean, I can declare anything. I mean, I don't know if we need to vote for that.
Well, you would need board approval, obviously, right?
For a declaration?
Well, I mean, one person can't make a declaration for the entire township. It would have to, one commissioner can't make that declaration.
So what does a declaration entail? So that's my first declaration I'm voting on.
I would memorialize it by a resolution.
Okay.
Is how I would memorialize it for our purposes.
So do you want to amend your motion to authorize them to draft a resolution?
Okay. Not being a lawyer, I don't know all those.
Yeah.
So
the one thing I did see that the townships that have done this, it basically says that they refuse to use any township resources to comply with state laws or restrictions, such as universal background checks. If Pennsylvania, did universal background checks or a red flag law or whatever it is, it basically the resolution would state that we would not direct township resources to comply with anything deemed unconstitutional. That was my understanding. So I don't know if that's where you're going for.
yeah, that the town wouldn't give in to any way to take away our guns. Government overreach is the bottom line.
Okay, so we're voting on a resolution that makes us a Second Amendment sanctuary township. Sorry, I just
thanks for the education.
Excuse me, it's Maureen. I'd like to say something since Matt opened up a question with his statement for me, and maybe Leo could answer this. It's my understanding that a resolution, as I understand it from being a representative in the Pennsylvania House, a resolution is basically an acknowledgement of something. It's an opinion, whereas an ordinance is the one that has teeth. An ordinance, they can say, we're basically not going to enforce any of the state laws in our township. So any state, you're not going to put any resources towards investigations and things like that. An ordinance can have teeth. And I quite frankly I agree with Maria when she said, we have a reputation. Everybody knows that everybody's carrying guns in the state of Pennsylvania. That is a fact. And we also have the Castle Doctrine, and that is a fact. So it is a fact that Pennsylvania is pro Second Amendment. We don't take away anybody's guns, right? We have the Castle Doctrine, which means you can stand your ground. And if you pass an ordinance, there can actually be some legality and some teeth to it. And I would like Leo to address that.
Briefly.
Madam Chair, okay. Maureen, I generally agree with you. The reason I suggested a resolution is because obviously if a federal law is imposed or a state law is imposed, that would preempt the township refusing to honor that law. So as I understood Commissioner Velarde's motion, it's more of a symbolic gesture, which I would like to memorialize by a resolution, because I don't want to be accused or challenged in any ordinance that I put together that it would look like we were trying to say we're not going to follow state or federal laws relates to firearms. I mean, obviously, if the law is challenged and it's deemed unconstitutional, it goes away. So as I understood the motion, it's more of a statement that Pocono Township is aware of the Second Amendment, wants to abide by the Second Amendment, and will not take actions to infringe upon those Second Amendment rights. Is that about right, Mike?
You nailed it, yeah.
Can I make a motion to table this?
Well, I'd like to just say,
Maureen,
to
I'm sorry,
Leo,
your
I
time is up.
understand.
Maureen, your time is up. Sorry.
Do you count when Leo talks against our time when we speak?
I don't.
Because I just wanted to say I agree with Leo in that a resolution is symbolic, and now I understand the distinction. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to table this.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Leet?
No.
Commissioner Blarty?
No.
Vice Chair Long?
Yes.
President Ant?
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler?
Yes.
Motion carried to table.
Okay. Moving right along. Due to concerns regarding his conduct at our January 5th meeting and statements towards members of the public, as well as his disparaging remarks directed at members of the volunteer fire company, township employees, committee volunteers, and our police, these actions have also raised questions from the public about the board's professionalism and has eroded public confidence. Due to that, I am therefore requesting that Charles Kepler resign from the Pocono Township Board of Commissioners.
I respectfully decline.
You're allowed. In order to ensure a fair gubernatorial and U.S. senatorial election, Pennsylvania should adopt an electoral college system so Philly and Pittsburgh don't pick our leaders. You can contact State Rep Madden, who's against it, and State Senator Brown, who has yet to answer my email, and voice your opinion. An electoral college system in Pennsylvania would ensure that each county gets one vote. There's 67 counties, can't have a tie, and we won't have to have Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Harrisburg deciding who our governor is. The rural counties will have an equal say to the cities. And I think that's very important. And I'll close with this. Some people have no idea what they're doing, and a lot of them are really good at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles.
Thank you. So the first thing I have on my agenda is a motion to instruct the solicitor to draft a noise ordinance. When I was on the campaign trail, this is one of the most requested things that I heard from residents. Whether it be,
Speak up, please.
rentals blasting their stereos at all
Volume.
or even now we have potential of data centers coming in which are very noisy. All this talk of roosters and things like that, dogs barking, all hours of the night. People don't really have a recourse right now when that happens. The most that they can do is call the non-emergency number. The police come out and they might chastise the person doing it, but it's not really enforceable. There's no teeth to it, and it leaves a lot of residents feeling like they can't enjoy their property. It's inconsiderate neighbors are preventing people from enjoying their property. So I think that a noise ordinance would help to address these concerns and make it so that people aren't at the mercy of having good neighbors to be able to sleep and have some peace. So I'd like to make the motion to instruct the solicitor to draft a noise ordinance for the township.
Is there a second?
There is no audio on Skype.
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
Okay.
I'm just curious what everyone thinks about it.
Guys, if you're speaking, we can't hear you online.
That's before we had the nuisance ordinance. So there was a public meeting regarding the nuisance ordinance, and the noise ordinance was not able to be enforced. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chief and Paul, we need some kind of noise device in order to enforce a noise ordinance. So a decibel. So that's why the
measure
nuisance
decibel
ordinance
levels,
was put in place.
I don't know that we've ever had an issue getting equipment for the police department when they need it. If this is something
Not
that
just
we
the
want to
police
do,
department,
it seems
zoning
like
as well.
It would most likely fall, again, it's up to the board to decide who enforces this ordinance. It would most likely fall on zoning. They are very hard to enforce and to actually take into court and prove that there's a consistent noise issue. The zoning office would have to go out there, read a decibel meter, make sure, track the audio levels that are there, and be able to show that it's a consistent problem.
Again, anyone who gets any type of lawyer would be able to get it thrown out relatively easily. In kind of townships that SFM works in that do have noise ordinances, we very regularly, if we do attempt to enforce them, get shut down in the district court, or excuse me, the Court of Common Pleas.
And Paul,
District Magistrate.
wouldn't the examples used tonight fall under the nuisance ordinance? As far as like barking dogs, because that's, you know,
The majority of them would.
property and short-term rentals blasting music. Isn't that all under the nuisance ordinance?
So short-term rentals, definitely, again, any disorderly conduct, and we address that under the TDU ordinance. And again, that's something that the police can go out and use their discretion. Is the music too loud? Have they been repeatedly warned? Things of that nature.
I'm almost scared to ask, but are roosters under our current nuisance ordinance? I'm just curious.
I would have to review.
I'm just curious if it's overly restrictive on, you know, I'm curious what it is.
I don't think we have a nuisance ordinance. We define nuisance into a number of township ordinances, but we don't have a nuisance ordinance per se.
I thought we did.
Yeah.
Fireworks are going off all the time.
Leo, I know that we did a
shouldn't
deep
have
dive
asked.
because nuisance was referenced like 17 different times without a definition. So we defined the definition and then we did a private and a public nuisance. So we defined those literally verbatim, word by word.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we do have.
Well, we defined it into specific ordinances where nuisance is used. You know, if you have a car wrecker lot, you know, we have nuisance in there, and we defined what a nuisance is for, you know, a car wrecker lot.
We
But
chose not
it's
to-
not for general things. It's not something that somebody can call up if it doesn't fall under one of those specific ordinances. If it falls outside the umbrella of any of those particular ordinances, then it's not something that's in any way enforceable.
So we specifically did the blanket public and private because we didn't want to go down the rabbit hole of listing every single thing that could possibly be a nuisance. And that way it gave general coverage, and it's up to the interpretation of the chief of police zoning regarding what kind of nuisance it is. And it's private or public nuisance.
I mean, the concern I've heard from, you know, numerous residents is that what we have is toothless. They've tried to have, you know, it enforced and they haven't been able to, and they've just been left having to deal with rowdy neighbors with no recourse whatsoever.
As anyone who's had a party after their parents went out and the neighbors called the police because it was loud, as soon as the police show up, the music gets turned down. And so they're going to get out of the car, they're going to hold up the decibel meter, and it's going to say, all's quiet. That's why we don't need a noise ordinance.
Okay, well, hang on. We're not at public comment yet, Brandy. Just a minute. We're getting there.
I'd like
We're
to
getting
make a
there.
motion to table this.
I don't want to table it. Or deny it.
Let's just.
What would we table it for?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's people that want to speak tonight about it.
Okay.
I mean, unless there's a reason to table it.
We're not going to do it, then what's the point of going through the discussion?
Well, I would like to
It
open
still
up to the
opens it up
public.
to the
Okay.
public,
We're
and then
gonna-
he
we're
gets an
gonna-
answer on whether he's
okay.
gonna
We're
move
gonna-
forward with the
We're going to
solicitor.
open it up to the public because I think we've discussed it. So public comment, I think Monica had her hand up for a while there, and then Brandy.
Hurry up.
Yes, right away. Monica Henryville. Leo, how long have you been with us?
2014, that makes me 12 years.
Okay, so in 2014, you recommended to the then board not going with a noise ordinance. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
And can you just relate to us once again why you suggest that? Just
Sure.
curious.
Thank you. Enforcement becomes the issue. You need a decibel meter. That meter needs to be certified on a regular basis. You also need to have qualified operators of the decibel meter, which would mean that at least one police officer on every shift should have access to the decibel meter, be prepared to respond to those calls so that he can testify. I don't think it's reasonable to expect that the zoning officer could be called at 2:00 in the morning to run out with a decibel meter, assuming that they are qualified to use it. Enforcement, as has been described by this board, is the largest issue. One of the remedies that the township has put into place now is adding a comprehensive definition of public-private nuisance where it applies. And since that ordinance has been amended, have you received complaints, Paul, for nuisance violations?
Mostly for short-term rentals is where the majority of the nuisance comes from, and we enforce under that ordinance when it comes to that.
And we've been successful in our responses to these types of matters because like mentioned, when the police show up, we do ask for cooperation. Obviously we discuss the respecting the neighbors and things, and the majority of I haven't heard many follow-up complaints that or we get repetitive callbacks throughout the night that someone's ignoring our directives. So I'm a firm believer of if it's not broke, don't fix it. We have disorderly conduct in the law for a reason. If it's unreasonable noise at an unreasonable hour, we address it. And if it's ignored, then we charge.
Brandy, I think you had something to say, and then Gina.
Say, I'm gonna stick up for the cops here on this one. So say Jimmy and them are busy on maybe a car accident or there's a burglary in progress, and say Matt calls in and says, it's 10 o'clock at night. My neighbor's like so loud right now. I need the cops here right away. By the time the cops get there, because they're on those other calls, the noise is going to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to regulate it at all. And that's taken away from what our cops actually need to be doing. I have neighbors that have played music very, very loudly. And I don't live by a lot of people. I don't live in a development. But I'm not calling cops every 10 minutes to say, this jerk is playing loud music. You need to come here. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing it. It gets turned down in a timely manner. Most people aren't partying till all hours of the night, unless you're at a short-term rental. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Gina, you have
Let's have a statement for Mr. Kepler. You made it very clear, and I stand with you that we should have diversity and the board, we should have not be racist. Well, I'm a Latino woman and I play music when I'm gardening, when I'm outside. And if you put that ordinance in place, the little people from PMI Investors are going to come and tell us to turn off my music. So that's what the can of worms you will open. And that, my friend, is racist.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Did you raise your hand, Jim?
Yeah, I have a comment. I have a comment.
Oh,
I have a comment. I have a comment. I have a comment.
I think he has a comment.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Jared, Jim was going to say something, but
I don't like all this racist talk. Why are we polarizing things? Why are we making things weird? Why are we doing this?
we're not doing it. Jim?
No.
Jim?
I like my music.
It does seem reasonable, Charles, that sounds are, in a moment. A decibel meter would come in handy if you're living next to a construction site. When I flew model airplanes, we had to have those engines underneath a certain level, but yeah, it's going to be hard. I don't know about the certification. If somebody qualified has to look at a number on a screen, as long as the meter is within calibrated, specs, I don't think that would be a problem, but sounds are momentary. The rooster thing, the decibel meter could actually help with that, but you got to be there when the sound happens. So you got to kind of stake the place out. I don't know. Well, no, I'm not getting into the rooster. Listen, forget the rooster. Forget I said it. No, I won't tell you I'm Italian. Okay. I'm not going to tell you.
Thank you. Okay.
We still have two more online.
Okay.
Mr. Knapp.
Thank you. Quite honestly, it's worth investigating. We're a large township now. We're getting larger. Noise complaints, noise could be an issue. I believe that the officers aren't there regulations on how long, how loud a car muffler can be? Don't they have noise meters for that? But all in all, I'm not looking to say we need an ordinance today, but I think it's worthwhile that we investigate it and understand the parameters about it and if it can be done. Thank you.
Betsy.
My next. Hi, Betsy Cashano, Pocono Township. I work and sell real estate in the land of short-term rentals. I'm up on Camelback Mountain, and the lots are footprints. They're this big, and the neighbor is right here or attached to you. So I'm well aware of short-term rental noise. My neighbor is a short-term rental, but I have almost 3 acres and he has 50. And sometimes I actually had to call the police because there was weddings when they were screaming and yelling and having fun till 3 a.m. But I always called the homeowner. I didn't call the police, and they were lovely. They made the call to the people and said, hey, turn it down, because I have that kind of relationship with my neighbor. But sometimes the swarms of people in Northridge or the village of Camelback, which is Jackson Township, but Pocono is in Northridge, part of it. I've seen a lot of houses with noise meters in the houses. I don't know if the folks that are staying there listen to them or pay attention, but why not put something in the short-term rental or the TDU permit application process, or that a homeowner is required to have one in their own home, and find the guest if they're, right? So I don't know. It's just food for thought. Maybe you've thought of that already. I don't know. But, instead of making it a police problem, make it the owner of the home's problem.
Thank you.
Right? That's my 2 cents anyway. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And there's someone online.
Yep. Terry?
Hi, it's Terry. I just wanted to ask the solicitor. There's people that are actually getting murdered and there's violent criminal activity. So if you have an issue with your neighbor, why can't, I agree with Betsy on this. Why can't these people just send a certified letter to the neighbor and ask them to cease that kind of activity and save the copy of what they sent? And if the neighbors persist in that behavior, why can't they file it through the district magistrate instead of tying up resources of the police? And that's what I'm wondering. Why does it have to tie up the police when we have things that are really criminal serious, and this is more of a civil thing? What's your thoughts? I'm curious. I want to learn.
Want to move on. Okay. Thank you, Terry. Okay. Is that it, Jerry?
Yes.
Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Lee?
Yeah.
Commissioner Velarde? Yeah. Vice Chair Long?
Nay.
President Gannett?
No.
Commissioner Kepler?
Aye.
Motion fails.
All right, and then the second thing I had here, another thing that I know is very important to members of our community is our library. It closed this past summer after 30 years. It was a critical resource to seniors and families in our community, a place for socialization, a place for learning, and it looked to me as a member of the public, and I believe it looked to the library board too, based on what I saw occurred at their meeting where they made this decision that Pocono Township didn't make a sincere effort to try to save the library. So I would like to send a letter to them expressing our interest in reviving the Pocono Township Library. I drafted one here. I don't want to read it in its entirety, but it was included along with the agenda that went out to the public. To basically summarize, we want to propose a joint venture with the Eastern Monroe Public Library to revive the Pocono Township Library here in the empty wing of our municipal building here. The letter is very vague. It leaves a lot open to be negotiated between us and the Eastern Monroe Public Library. We don't commit to paying for anything. We don't commit to really anything. The intention of the letter is just to start a conversation, get both parties to the table, and just lay out some basic a basic framework for what we'd like to see. What I would like to see is a library and community center, a joint venture with the Eastern Monroe Public Library, where they provide a librarian, the books, we provide the space, and their librarian can give out a key for one of the rooms to have a community center, and then it gives us something to build on. We bought this enormous municipal building, and we haven't committed any of it to the residents. I think the taxpayers paid for this building. The least we can do is make sure that they get some of it as a place for them. Right now, they don't have none of this building really belongs to them, and a library and community center could. And that's why I would like to see us try to work with the library to figure something out.
Did you make a motion?
So I would like to make a motion to send the letter attached to the agenda this evening to the Eastern Monroe Public Library Board of Trustees.
Is there a second? I would second it just for discussion.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Jared if he heard back from the county about, we had asked him to just get an update. And I'm curious if they, want all of the space or nothing, or if they would, be open to some sort of compromise or whatever.
So we did hear back from the county manager last week, Bob Gress. The county is ready to move forward with a lease. We will need a discussion amongst the board. They are asking for the township if they would be willing to do the build out. That's not a requirement, but they would like to be able to keep the work in house if possible, like they did at Middle Smithfield Township. They did state that they do need all the space, so they would want it all or nothing.
So they would pay for it, but they want us to do the work, you're saying?
Public Works to do the work, yeah.
Well, that definitely has to be another discussion for another night. But do we have something in writing? Because we've been waiting and holding it on them. I was going to ask for a letter of intent from them, and if we can't get one,
I can request that. I mean, they said they're ready to move forward with the lease. So,
what's their current plan for the space that he's proposing for the library? Is that where the ARD classes are going to be taught theoretically?
Yes, I mean the county is using it for central storage file, District Magistrate Kresge, and for one ARD classroom and central court future plans.
That's the whole wing. Specifically to the library space is just for the classes for ARD?
I mean, we never really designated where the library space would go. But
in addition, what was the cost of the 2 bathrooms we'd have to put in for the library? $134,000. So $134,000 for 2 bathrooms. Plus we'd have to get furniture, do the build out, do repairs. And if we're talking about longevity, and it was brought up in the budget meeting just yesterday on ways to retain revenue for the township, and that was a concern with the tax cut, and there was talks of not doing the tax cut because we had no steady long-term revenue. The county coming in and renting the wedge is a way to sustain long-term revenue for the township.
Well, it's only, I mean, first of all, they haven't committed to any amount of money, but I would say Pocono Township residents pay $350,000 a year in library taxes. That's money that is leaving our community, that, our residents, we can still take advantage of it. We can go, all the way down to, we can go down to Stroudsburg to go to the library there. We could go out to Barrett Township. But, I think people in Pocono Township, we're the center of Monroe County here. We could be the organizing hub for organizations that work all over Monroe County, and I think a lot of those organizations would donate money to help us with this upfit for the building. I think Jared estimated about $130,000 for the bathrooms. I think we could raise a significant portion of that, and frankly, I think that if we can negotiate with the library, I think that they would cover a significant portion of the cost too. I think we could ask that of them. It would be something to negotiate. But considering the amount that Pocono Township payers put into the library, it seems the least they could do to try to work with us to find a way to get it brought back here.
Well, the least the library could have done was stick around when we offered them the entire old town hall, and we were going to renovate the entire old town hall to make it nice for the library.
With the
But they
community
put
center.
with the communities, but they pulled out anyway. They made it very clear. The Eastern Monroe Public Library doesn't want to be in Pocono Township. The horse is dead, Charles. Stop.
That's not what they said.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
So-
let's not.
I have a question.
No,
We're not on public
There was-
comment yet.
So there was a suggestion online, which was a very good suggestion in my opinion. Was why is the bookmobile not coming to Pocono Township? Why is the bookmobile not stopping once, twice a week at set days and times? Why is the library not utilizing this fantastic conference room for events or kids events, those types of things? So if we can't push the library through potentially how the board votes, why not reach out to the library and see how we can work in tandem with them to bring events to Pocono Township, but not designate a space that could bring in revenue?
I think that they were doing the bookmobile for a little while and nobody was going to it for the same reason, we were only getting 50 attendees, what was it, a month at the old building, because they don't have children's programming there. And the building was moldy and people didn't want to hang out there. So, if we were in a nice new building like we had originally promised them, and at their last meeting when they decided not to do this, they did leave it on the table. They said if Pocono Township had not made them any offers, any formal offers, I don't even think of the old building. They said that they hadn't received an offer from the township. And I never saw any public offer. I mean, I was following this closely, and I never saw any public offers made. I think that putting this public offer out there, again, it puts the onus on them. If we want to sit up here and say that they didn't want to be here, they don't want to be in Pocono Township, well, let's ask them in public and have them decline in public if that's the case. But this would be the way to do it.
I think I'm going to put a motion to table this, because I'm for the library, but we need to discuss where we would put them and where that would be. And we've had this discussion, but if we're going to go back to it, I don't want to send a letter saying we have space that we haven't decided that we have yet. So, but I'm not opposed to it, but I just like to table it till we get our ducks in a row. If there's a set. So I make a motion to table.
Yeah.
With the table, is it still open to public comment?
I think we said we would, right? Yeah. Joe?
Well, no offense, but where are the books going to come from? They got rid of all the books. Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for all the shelving that they gave away?
Give them the books. People
Where?
donate books all the people.
Who's going to pay for it?
People donate books.
Certainly not this taxpayer.
We're paying $300.
They don't want to be here. Period.
They said that they did at their meeting.
Okay.
Never mind.
Hi, me again, Betsy Cashano, Pocono Township taxpayer. So I don't want to contribute to the obvious antagonism behind the board tonight, but I take offense to for the previous board saying that no concerted effort was made to have the library here. I watched Commissioner Wynot, and I don't need any smarks or snirks from you. Okay. I watched him and followed his efforts to secure some sort of library somewhere in this township. And all of us thought we need to have a library here. I think the board worked very, very hard to try and accomplish that with no enthusiasm from the library. He found space in the community college. He found all kinds of things, and they didn't want to come here. So I think that you're saying that the previous board made no concerted effort is an insult to the previous board, because I know for a fact that they did. I know you were busy running for office, and
sorry,
maybe
your time's up, Betsy, but thank you.
you all know what I was going to say next. Anyway.
Thank you, Betsy.
Sure.
Bye, Betsy.
Okay. There's a motion to table. Roll call, Jared.
Is there anyone online? Cheryl, you have your hand up?
Yes, Cheryl Parks. I remember when Taylor Munoz was still the manager, seeing plans for the building that you're in now with all of the library space designated for it. So the way I understood it was the library didn't want to come in if they weren't going to get that space, which they were originally promised when the plans were drawn up for the Northampton building that you're in now. So I think that probably was the start of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
San Francisco. Go ahead, Gary.
Hi, guys. I remember very clearly the library was very uncooperative. I don't know why, but I know because I had interactions. That board tried everything they could to have that library in Pocono Township, and they got nothing from that library board. And I really want you to know that whoever doesn't know it should know it. They did try hard, and Brian did try hard to make sure there was a library there. Even at the college, they did everything they could to have it. I even offered my local history books to put in the library, and books are not a problem. We can get books. But they tried, and I think the problems with the library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, you had your hand up?
You said Chris?
Yes.
I'm wondering how many, just curious, how many individuals are we talking about, like on a yearly basis, is this library servicing?
We don't have a library currently, so none.
Okay, so how many are we talking though? Like we're talking buildings, areas, like how many humans actually are going to visit this said area once we establish it?
I think it's hard to say because the old library was I couldn't even find it the first couple of times I tried to find it, and this would be in the new building, so I think it would be more than we're at the last library. So it's hard to answer your question, sir.
And we're also centralized in the county here. I mean, my hope would be that, it would be used by organizations all over Monroe County who would want to meet here, bringing people in to spend money at our local businesses. It's a great way to draw people into the township from outside the township and provide a centralized meeting place for, any community organizations.
So the number that was reported to us at the last time we had met with the library, it was 50 people a week.
50 per week. So 200 per month. So we're talking 2,400 transactions. Well, who knows how many people? Okay, that's a hard one to get, I guess. 50 per week. I'm just curious. I'm trying to get a perspective on things. How much this costs versus how many individuals we're servicing, and what is going to make sense going forward. Then it's easier to make decisions. I just don't even know the numbers. I probably would have more questions. And that's why I'm asking.
Thank you.
Mr. Knapp.
It is just my opinion, but it sounds pretty sad when you talk about a township without a public library. I think a public library has been part of this nation's history and a good part of the nation's history. So if it's beyond our scope, I understand, but every effort should be made to have one.
Thank you.
Ms. Madden.
Thank you. I think the way you have this current building set up, putting the magistrate in there and putting an ARD class in there, I think that's and having the police department in there, that is what is supposed to be an administration building. But to everyone's point, this township sorely needs a senior center and a library, and they could be in the same place, and they should be in the former township building. And the argument whether or not there's mold in there, whether or not it can be remediated, needs to be settled once and for all. It's like the chickens. You can't just keep going around and around. Does it have mold? Does it not? Has it been? You have to make a decision, and you have to figure it into your budget. And you know what? There are legislators who will get you grants. If you write for grants, there are legislators who will work together and get them for you, because seniors need libraries and people need a community center and a central place to go. So you've got to talk about it and you have to figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Lee,
What?
table, motion to table.
You don't want to.
No, I don't want to table it.
No,
Okay.
no, I don't want to table it.
Commissioner Velarde,
No.
Vice Chair Long,
Yes.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion table carries.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Zoning.
So this report is from the December 15th to the 20th. We issued 54 permits. 20 of those were zoning. 25 were building permits. There was 15 certificate of occupancies issued. 7 TDU TDU permits were issued. Enforcements, 2 TDU NOVs for renting without licenses were issued. 120 Wilderness Drive, a construction without permits. We will be doing a follow-up if I can get in contact with the owner of 163 Bolvol to verify that that violation has been cleared. 7192 spoke with the owner. They have been in the process of removing the junk that was on the property that we got a complaint about. We closed out 5 TDUs for either non-advertising or they were issued permits. 244 Learn, they removed all the junk that was on the property. And then there was a van that was parked on the corner of Cherry Lane and Learn Road that was, a notice was sent and it is now removed. Coming up, we have a handful of public hearings. There's actually a typo on here. The 529 Camelback should be the 27th, not the 20th. So that's a hearing for a variance request and special exception. There was another hearing that was postponed to February 4th, 2026. It's for a variance and appeal of the zoning determination. That's for the Big Time Sports Academy on 715. 140 Rose as a variance request for a sign, and that is scheduled for the 29th. And then 383 Battling Brook is still on hold. If there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
I have a question for you and Leo and the board, I guess. For 529 Camelback, that special exception for the communication tower. I attended the planning commission meeting, and that tower sits right next to a pool. So you're going to have kids sitting under there, or the lifeguard, with the radiation like right under them. I mean, right? I mean, there's no distance. It's right there. I don't understand, because I would like to send the solicitor to say, I don't think that's good. Move it somewhere where there's not kids. I mean, there's been, and Cindy can talk to this better than me, but there's been case law that they're taking these towers off of the school tops and around schools, and they've been winning because there's health hazards. And I just think it's
to the extent that the township has the authority to enforce, that would be under the building code, electric. All of the radiation or antennas, that's kind of regulated under the federal. The FCC regulates all the equipment that needs to be UL listed. We look for that during the building inspections. So long as they're compliant with federal regulations, that's all we are allowed to enforce. As far as kind of the safety of it, I don't want to speak of the validity of any of that. It's outside my expertise.
Well, I would like to ask Cindy to just, she's told me this a lot of times and I just can't repeat it, but, I just want, and Leo, I mean, we're about health, safety and welfare. And I'll let Cindy explain.
Okay, so update, Pittsfield, Massachusetts. The AT&T tower has been dismantled from the 17 homes that had radiation sickness and had to leave their homes under that tower. There are 2 more towers that are cited to be removed. So this is becoming a big thing. I have presented many times to this board, to other boards. Everybody likes to ignore the Telecommunications Act, which was put in place when Bulletin 65 was written and updated. There is the lawyer who was a federal government lawyer, and I gave this case law to Leo, okay, that wrote the Telecommunications Act. I'm sorry if my voice is, I've been lecturing. So he actually represents local townships now to avoid these hazards, okay? When those little towers, supposedly towers, were cited for Camelback, they were supposed to be on the road, not next to a swimming pool.
So there are 2 little towers that were issued permits. They didn't escalate to a communication tower.
Uh-huh.
The one that we are speaking of now, that's why they're going through the process for the special exception and the upcoming variance.
So also let's learn from the special exceptions of Pocono Township. Okay, we have 2, the kennel and we have the cell tower that was deemed for Skyview Drive. Okay, so the kennel had stipulations put in place for their special exception, which they have not lived up to. But their special exception still stays in place. The tower on Skyview Drive had special exceptions with conditions in place that they did not live up to. So they had to pull out. So there's no recourse for a special exception. If you grant a special exception and they don't comply, you do nothing about it.
So there is processes that we can take if they are in violation of special exception.
But they've never been taken, Paul.
We have taken the kennel has been taken to court numerous times for violations of that special exception.
Have you pulled the special exception?
We cannot revoke a zoning permit or a special exception. We can only fine them for not following the requirements of that special exception.
Okay, so the Children's Health Defense Act sued the federal government and the FCC in 2022, and they won. They mandated that Bulletin 65 has to be redone. They are going back to court, I believe it's next month, because they have not done their upgrades that they were mandated to do by the federal government. So when you talk about rules or things that we can't do because of the government, it's not true. And I have the case law to prove it's not true.
So there are limits to what the township can do as far as the FCC and the federal government. That is under their regulation.
I think Mr. Belvin has the paperwork that I submitted and I gave to everybody else that states in Bulletin 65 that, and the Telecommunications Act also, that reverts back to local government's decision. We are the local government. You have every right to say you can't put that tower by the pool. Every single right. Look at the case law, please. I have submitted it to this board several times. Leo has it as well. Please look at the case law. It returns, if it causes a danger, it returns the law back to the local government to make that decision. You need to read the case law.
Thank you, Cindy.
You're welcome.
Leo, could you look into that?
Well, the hearing is coming up before our next meeting. The question is whether or not you'd like me to attend that to object. I'm going to suggest that if we do that, we're gonna need to get an extra witness in order to prepare a record, just against the companies will just categorically deny. We will need somebody in to testify as to the radiation, how far it permeates or spreads from the tower and things of that sort. So it depends on the pleasure of the board as to what they would like me to do. But I suggest that if we do it, we need to get an expert in ASAP. The hearing, I think, is scheduled for the 27th, Paul.
Yes, the 27th.
How does the board feel?
Well, if we are going to do that, should we reach out to them before we go through all that and ask them if they had any other alternative sites that they were considering? You know, because maybe they will willingly move the location.
They are required by law to have 2 additional sites.
So maybe we want to ask them if they would move it before we object and go through all that. Just a thought.
That's fine. If they say, we're not gonna have another meeting between now and then though, so I need some direction. If they say no,
Right.
now what?
Okay. Yeah. No,
You know what I
just
mean?
want
I
Jared
mean,
to
you know,
also
now what do I
maybe-
do?
Yeah.
Right.
I just want to get the feel of the board before I amend the agenda to add a motion.
My concern is a special exception is permitted by right. So if it meets a certain criteria, the ZHB, can they put conditions on where it is versus just a yay or a nay on a special exception?
They can put conditions on the cell tower itself, not necessarily where it can be located. They can't say, we'll give you a special exception, but move it 3 miles up the hill.
So if they meet, essentially, it's a neutral quasi judicial board. If they meet the requirements of the special exception, ZHB is going to grant it regardless of whether we oppose the location or not. We can't control the location. Let me rephrase that. ZHB can't control the location. Correct? And then, but when it goes, hypothetically speaking, if it meets the special exception requirements and they get the special exception, it then goes through planning, and the planning commission can then deep dive into FAA regulations and determine where it should go. Correct? I only say that because I worked with Cindy, obviously, on the Skyview one. And although the special exception was granted on the ZHB side, the planning commission came back with a lot of conditions and deep dove into a lot of things that essentially threw that cell phone tower out.
The township sought to hold their feet to the fire on those conditions, one of which was access. And they, without reason, they don't have to give us a reason, but withdrew their application completely. At which point in time, the ordinances were amended and things of that nature.
Which I do remember the access was a condition of the special exception
Yes, it
being
was.
granted.
That is
because I
correct.
was part of that board. So I mean, those little things you can make a condition, but not the location. And I only remember that because I was not happy with where the Skyview Tower was going to go. And I said the same thing. I said, why don't you move it all the way down the lot where there's no one down there?
And just a short primer.
Correct.
So long as the proponent of the special exception provides evidence that the special exception is not excessive of what is typically characterized by that use. The example I always use is somebody comes in and says they want to put a mini mart in, and it turns out when you look at the plans that it's a super Walmart that pumps gas. That would not, but once they meet the objective requirements, then the burden shifts to an objector. In this instance, it could be the township, to demonstrate how this does not comply and how it is different than a standard cell tower. I mean, standard in quotes.
So since they have to propose a different site, they didn't propose that to us like the one on Skyview. They came in and said, there's no other place we can put this, and we had to do something. We didn't do that for Camelback. Do we have to do that? Because we have not done it yet.
If they meet the well, that was a request that was made. That I think dovetails into Matt's comment, and that is, would you rather have the township oppose you, or would you rather move it to a location that the township would not oppose? I mean, that would become the question. But again, because of timing, my question is, what if they say, no, stick it in your ear, township?
But doesn't that still have no bearing on whether they're going to be granted a special exception permit or not?
would have no, well, they still have to go for the, right.
They have to go through planning, but I'm saying as far as so what you're being asked is to go to the special exception hearing.
The hearing and
That
to,
has no bearing of where we want it, has no bearing on whether they're gonna be granted or not. If they meet the criteria, it's granted.
correct.
So
But I
Can I
at some
clarify
point,
that?
we have to be concerned about health, safety, and welfare. That is our
Okay.
job.
So
Go ahead, Cindy.
Andrew J. Campanelli is the attorney, which I have provided, okay? And his TCA, preserve general authority to state and local governments. It is case of 42 USC 332 C7A, which provides preservation of local zoning authority, general authority. Except as provided in this paragraph, nothing in the chapter shall limit or affect the authority of the state or local government, or instrumentally, therefore, over decisions regarding the placement, construction, and modification of wireless service facilities. This is government law.
You're 100% correct, but every landowner has the right to rely on the existing zoning laws. And if they meet the setback requirements for the location of this pole, this telecommunications pole, you're 100% right in what you said, and I agree with you 100%, with the caveat that they're entitled to rely upon the ordinances, the zoning provisions that currently exist. And if there's a setback, they can't be within 100 feet of a boundary line, and they meet that zoning requirement, and that's where they want to place it.
But this is our fight back.
No, but our fight back is that, yes, we can regulate these. I mean, we've done it with solar panels where you can only put them on top of existing buildings, existing impervious coverage. The township acted quickly and enacted that ordinance. But coming in under this act, if they comply with the dimensional requirements and don't require any variances, if they were requiring a variance, they wanted to, let's say the setback is 100 feet, they wanted to move it to 50 feet, so it's closer. Great argument, easy, no brainer.
But if they're applying for a special exception, Leo, wouldn't that be a variance?
No, it's not. It's not. That's a common misconception. A special exception is a permitted right, permitted use that the township, like a conditional use, that the township has determined it's something we need to give more attention to than I'm going to put a house on a 1 acre lot. And as a result of that, the objective criteria contained in the ordinance must be complied with. Their burden is only to show that they comply with those requirements that are in place. If they do, then the burden would shift on us to show, well, wait a minute, this is different. This is generating 5 times the radiation that a normal pole would generate, or something of that nature, just by way of example. So, but you're 100% correct. We have the right to zone and regulate the way we do. That's already in place. They have a right to rely on that, just as we have a right to enforce that. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to give you any kind of word salad or anything, just to explain that if they meet the criteria that is for this tower, when the burden shifts objector, and this is in the township, unless you can demonstrate, no, this tower somehow exceeds what is permitted, and that it's a normal set tower.
Okay, so the board is nothing.
It's not that I'm not in favor. I just think that you're wasting legal fees when it's not going to have any, the location, which is what you're concerned about, is not going to have any bearing on the zoning hearing board for the special exception. Yeah.
What
Now,
about the
if
board?
you really regulate it, that could be a state planning commission.
We could put conditions on it if Leo went. Right.
But I don't know if you can put conditions on via location. It would be conditions like the Skyview Tower was, the condition was show the proof that you own the private road and you have access via the private road. Like those were conditions, and those were allowed. But like Leo said before, like the location is not really policed by the ZHB.
Only to the extent that it meets all setback requirements and
Correct.
things, you know, if
But
there's.
the ZHB doesn't determine where it's at, like on
And
the
they-
lot, they
no.
say whether it meets the criteria of special exception or not, yes or no.
They are asking for certain variances along with this tower that the ZHB may be able to say either grant or deny, and then put those into.
What kind of variances are they asking?
I don't have the entirety list, but I believe one of them is the height of the tower. I believe
That we can attack easily, because a variance has a much different burden of proof.
And I believe there's a co-location that they're requesting exemption for. So that may be one of the items that, again, the ZHB would have the ability to grant or deny the variance.
Yeah, any variances, that's not difficult.
So.
I mean, Monmouth County wouldn't even allow the cell towers at the beach.
How many acres approximately is Camelback's property?
I believe over 100 if you.
Over 100 acres, and we're gonna lease a cell phone tower on someone to take.
I'm trying to save from getting canceled.
I get the movement of it, but I'm saying, so now I want to be able to oppose area
We have no sound online. There's no sound online.
To go. I mean, because we have to do it now or we'll miss the date and then he can determine whether or not. First, if he has a conversation, would they be willing to move the tower somewhere away from the pool?
And then if they do, and if they agree to that, then I stand down, right?
I would say.
Have we seen engineering plans on that being built by the pool? So where did we get that information?
Planning commission meeting.
Okay.
We do have plans for the cell phone tower. We haven't fully reviewed them. Generally, we go through the zoning hearing exception, all the legal process before we actually do a final plan review, because there generally is revisions that come with that.
I do have the map here. I'll bring it up in a second.
Are you sharing it?
So that red dot in the middle is the tower, if you can see it.
Yep. And
Yeah.
this is the wave pool.
And that's the pool. It's right there.
Okay, and how tall is the tower?
53 feet.
Okay.
59 feet. One of the two.
You do know that,
It's been a couple months since I've looked at the
well,
plans.
you do
honestly.
know that when the emitters, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The emitters, are 50 feet high. A cell tower works like an umbrella. Okay? The emitters send the signal out and eventually the signal drops. So I don't see why there's a concern if the pool's right under the tower.
With the same reason that they removed them from the schools, because it's a hazard to your health. Same reason that people had to move out of their house because they got radiation poison from having a cell tower over them. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Because they ripped the towers down.
Right, but my point is, if you're that close to the tower, you're not subject to anything. The only thing you're subject to is an ugly view.
No.
But that's just my opinion.
I would like to think that whoever that third party company that's coming in is doing all their background and FAA regulations and they did all their measurements and everything. That's where they deemed appropriate to put it.
But they're going
It is a 58-foot pole.
65.
Okay, so it's a 58 foot pole. They've already submitted their plans.
Yep, and it was approved
I-
last week by the planning commission.
Health safety obviously is very important, but I think it's a little bit of government overreach too. We're already going to war with Camelback on the amusement tax and the TDUs and everything else. Do we really want to go to war with them over where they choose to place on their private land that they pay taxes for? That we don't like where they're putting the cell phone tower?
If it causes harm, yeah.
It's but that's liabilities on them.
I just wanted to get the feel of the board. If the majority doesn't want to, then they don't want to.
I'm not opposed to it. I think we're sending Leo for the wrong reasons.
Yep.
Honestly.
That's what you feel like. Just getting a consensus so we don't have to change the agenda.
I'll do whatever Leo advises. I want to move the location or try to get them to move it. So whatever Leo advises us to do with that end.
Let me talk to them. Let me see if they have any fear of the solicitor coming. Now that I recall that they have variances requests, it'll be a lot bigger hammer. Because, they want to put this pole at that height for a reason. And, objecting to a variance is a lot easier than objecting to a special exception.
And the pole's already been installed.
Well, it can be. All it is right now is just a pole.
Correct.
Yeah. Put a flag on it.
Yep, there's the picture of the pole.
I believe on their plan, they said it was an existing pole.
And how many antennas, Jared, do they want up there?
I do. Have a
Each
picture.
carrier has 3 antennas.
They said this was only for Verizon. Yep, they do not have any other leases at the moment. But I do have a picture of the antennas somewhere here.
But they're not closed from adding antennas.
They said if they did, it would have to be lower.
If they did want to add antennas in the future, they would need zoning and building approval for that. And if it is a special exception, they would have to get additional approvals as well.
So there's a picture of it, the top of it, Cindy.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
You have 6.
Why can't you just ask them to move it over a little bit without being hard on them to say maybe it's a safety issue? There is children. I work Camelback as well as anybody else, and there's going to be a lot of kids in that pool. Maybe if you just talk to them and say, look, we don't want to prevent you from doing this tower, but couldn't you find a little better position for it? Just saying.
Okay, can we just give Leo direction to do that without a motion, right?
Yeah, that's
Just
fine.
have
Yeah,
that
that's fine.
conversation.
I'll call up,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they have an attorney. I'll give them a call and tell them that we're concerned.
6,000. The radiation. Uncontrolled. They don't monitor. So if it misfires, you're getting more.
Okay.
They did provide a megahertz map if you'd like me to pull that up.
No, we're gonna move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's getting late. Chief, are you up? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yesterday, you done?
As long as the board is okay, I'm good.
Good. All right. Yesterday, I sent the December stats for the department. I'll summarize them here tonight. We had 1,030 calls for service, 25 criminal arrests were made, 14 summary arrests, non-traffic citations were filed, 68 traffic accidents were investigated, and 225 traffic contacts were made. We had some donation and fundraising efforts through the month of December. All officers in the department participated in the No Shave November. We raised $570. I didn't get permission to share her name, so I will summarize that she's been the beneficiary we chose has been a longtime resident of Pocono Township. She is a member of the fire department and the Ladies Auxiliary. She was battling breast cancer last year, incurred a lot of bills, and she was very grateful for us choosing her to help pay her finances, even though it was just a little $570 gift. She was very emotional and very happy about receiving that. So we also raised $330 through our Support Pocono Township PD clothing drive. The donation went to Olson Christmas Wish Foundation this year. And then we also participated again. It's a yearly thing we've been doing with Monroe County Children and Youth, the holiday gift drive. We sponsored 24 kids through 20 sponsors, some of them board members, community members, business associates in the township, and the police officers and our secretary. So thank you all for your participation in that. Our new Tahoe has arrived and we put it in service today. So keep an eye out for that. We got some new graphics on it. It's pretty cool. I'm getting some great feedback on the graphics. So that was put in service today. So you all know how long it took.
Yeah.
Many months now, right? It's got to be about 4 or 5 months if you think about it when we approved that purchase. So that's how long it takes really to get it upfit and get it into service. So there's a lot that goes on to get those things get things connected and in service. So finally, I'm finally proud to say that I found 2 qualified officers after trying to hire for 2 years. We have found 2 great officers that come to us from on a lateral transfer, coming to us from Pocono Mountain Regional Police. So I'd like to ask the board's permission to hire a possible action item here, or an action item, to hire Dustin Rentschler and Dan Campagna. Dustin comes to us with a 1.5 year service in Pocono Mountain Regional, and then Dan is originally did a year with the NYPD. He's in his fourth and a half years with Pocono Mountain Regional. We vetted them through our Civil Service Commission. There should be a letter in the packet with their recommendation to hire. We've followed all the civil service rules during the hiring process. They've been cleared of background investigations, and I ask for your permission to hire them.
I'll make a motion to approve the hire of officers Dustin Rentschler and Dan Campagna.
Second. I give it to
Natasha, okay.
You're welcome.
Any discussion?
Nope.
Public comment?
Josh, you have your hand raised?
Just a quick question. How big is the force at this point?
This would bring us to 22 officers.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you had a question? I didn't hear you.
I think it's the same question.
Same
wasn't it?
question,
Same.
okay.
Yeah, we have currently 22 officers and 2 administrative secretaries. A great team. I really appreciate all they do.
Any other public comment online? No? Roll call?
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde?
Yes.
Vice Chair Long?
Yep.
President Ant?
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
And Madam President, there is what was posted on Facebook and the bulletin board. I apologize. Showed the year-end fire report. So it just didn't make it into this version of the packet. So both chiefs are here to do that report tonight.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Corey.
All right, so I'm going to start off with some accomplishments for the year. We had 3 people tested to fire 1, 5 to hazmat ops, 1 hazmat tech, 4 fire inspector 2s, 15 people tested to the traffic incident management, 1 fire 2, and 2 fire investigators. We held our first ever essentials class for Pocono Township. We toured 4 commercial buildings in the township. We also received a 50% of the national certification from State Fire Academy. And then we also did a full fleet of radio upgrades. So that was our accomplishments for the year. So when you guys get your packets, here's a breakdown with a graph of the calls per hour. Our average on scene time was 36 minutes and 53 seconds. So our from 2017 to 2025 is a breakdown of year-end calls. So in 2017, we had 455, and 2025, we had 569. Then here's another graph that's going to show you our breakdown from 2020 to 2025 of our response time as dropped. So in 2020, our response time was 11 minutes and 26 seconds. We are down to 7 minutes and 20 seconds. So we had a total of 569 calls for the year. 63 of them were overlapping. We had 183 aid given and received aid 125 times. And then when you get your packet, this will break down. It's going to show 3 years of different types of responses from 25, 24, and 23. This breakdown shows apparatus that was dispatched. This one's going to show your graph of each month for each apparatus. We had 1,784 hours and 28 minutes of man hours on scene. And then we had a total of 2,931 man hours of training. That's not including all the training that happened on weekends and other nights. This graph shows the breakdown of incidents per week or per day. So on Sundays, there were 64 incidents. Mondays, we had 79, Tuesdays, 80, Wednesdays, 97, Thursdays, 81, Friday, 90, and Saturday, 78, totaling 569. So Wednesday was our busiest day of the year. Breakdown. So this breaks it down into call types. For the quarter, for fourth quarter, we had 140 calls. For the year again, we had 569. We had 104 fires. False alarms, we had 117. Good intent calls, we had 194. And then it breaks it down even further. And then in your packet, you'll get the previous year, which we had 597. So we're down 28 from last year. The next packet here is going to break it down to incidents. So then it'll break it down and show you each incident is broken down into our reporting system. And then same thing here, you see where it's all broken down by month. Next up is I did that one. Here's another graph showing our personnel by hour range. And then this is basically every incident that we had. It's huge. And then this is each mutual aid one that we responded to. And then so there's a difference between automatic aid and mutual aid. So for the quarter 4, we had 3 mutual aid received, automatic aid received was 24, mutual aid given was 13, automatic aid given was 29, and nothing was 71. And then for the year, automatic aid received was 9, mutual aid received was 9, automatic aid received was 116. Mutual aid given was 59, automatic aid given was 124, and then 261 was none. And then here's a breakdown of our aggregate response times, and then also our average responder for the year, basically breaking down was we averaged 10.1 responders per call for the whole entire year. And then we are up to 140 applications for Knox boxes, and we've actually used Knox boxes 3 times on call.
Thank you.
I don't know if you guys have any questions.
You've been busy.
Yeah, thank you.
Jared?
Chief Mayor, would you do a very quick recap of the capital expenditures that you guys are looking at over the next few years? Just because it was discussed so deeply last night in the budget, and some things that might be needed this year. And I know Pete headed that, and I apologize because I don't see him here tonight, but it doesn't have to be in depth. Just a quick overview, just so the board has a little bit more clarification, because it was talked about the trucks and hoses and equipment, and just a brief recap so that everybody's
So basically everything that we need. Do you want me to touch on? I don't have like the dollar amount on the top of my head.
just general.
Okay. So the tower is going to need replacement, and the rescue engine. They're both coming up on 20 years. But they're both going out for major work. The tower is actually leaving Friday. We'll be out of service for 3 to 4 weeks. The rescue engine's going out. As soon as the tower comes back, that'll be gone for another 3 or 4 weeks. The hose is probably our most immediate need right now. 1 3/4 inch, which is what are most commonly used, is the most needed, but all the hose is going to need to be replaced. We did just buy radios, like you mentioned, about $500,000 worth of radios. Our radios were over 30 years old. So obviously that is our lifeline to our people that are inside and everything like that. We do need updated gas meters. Our air compressing system that we use to fill our cylinders is about 30 years old, I believe also. That's slated to get replaced, 36 years. We do need turnout gear. I know our prices increased thousands over the last couple of years since COVID for that. We do have a small supply of extra, but as we get new members, we're kind of trying to fit them in things that don't fit them as well as they should. So we do need more of that. The command unit, the Explorer that we run that we got from the township, is I don't even know how many years old. 18. It's a 2018, but it has 126,000 miles on it, but hundreds or thousands of hours on it, obviously from the idle hours. What other things am I missing? What's up? The building grounds, we sink a lot of money into the firehouse. So we've had a lot of work done on the concrete aprons. Obviously, when you have, almost 100,000-pound trucks driving over them, every day, the concrete starts to go. We've had concrete work done probably 4 years in a row now, as well as the heating system. We had a severe issue with that last year and had to have that replaced as well.
At
So
your
the-
leisure, could you guys try to get us a spreadsheet of, the stuff you guys need the most and the estimated cost for, what it's going to cost so that we have an idea of what you guys need and we can try to look for, funds
Yeah, so
for you.
we kind of were forming our own list based on the funds that we have, and as we went, we kind of went down the rabbit hole of trying to fix the trucks that we have, and as we did that, we are learning that it's way more expensive to fix the trucks right now than it ever has been before. So that's kind of why we were dipping our toes in. Well, do we spend a chunk of money to go ahead and fix the things that are wrong with the truck, or since we're coming up on the end of life, should we just go ahead and get something new? So we're trying to figure out what benefits the community most as far as dollar amount. Is it better to, sink however many thousands of dollars into a truck that's going to need to be replaced in a couple of years anyway, or, just get it by until we can get those in. So
Well, things like the hoses and stuff like that, that can work. I don't know, but I'm presuming that can work with just about any truck, right? Those are probably pretty
Yeah.
universal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so-
Any kind of stuff like that, I think, if you can get that to the commissioners, we can start looking around. I mean, maybe we can work on finding grants. I'm not sure, but if we have an idea, we can, see what we can do as a board. Maybe reach out to other townships we're doing mutual aid with and say, hey, we're sending a lot of, we're sending our guys your way all the time. You want to help us with hoses?
Yeah, the unfortunate thing with that is they rely on us just as much as we rely on them, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a volunteer fire service nowadays. He read off a bunch of the mutual aid calls. We do run a lot because we're good at what we do, but we also rely on the people that are around us as well. So we definitely aren't going to go and ask them for any kind of funding like that. That's not the fire service way. But we appreciate the volunteerism that they bring to us. We bring to them. So. We did also, I know it was brought up when we were in the budget meeting before, about going to like the resorts and the taxes and things like that, the amusement tax. I did run the numbers while I was sitting here in the audience. And just for last year for Camelback, we were up there 17 times. We were at Great Wolf 22 times, and then we were at the crossings 3 times, and one of those was a real fire. I can't say that some of the 17 from Camelback were like cooking smoke. They were legitimate trips. The system worked as it should. Same thing with Great Wolf, where I mentioned about the blowhard fans and things like that for exhausting the smoke out of the hallways. So, as we approve more things in the township, I'll keep my opinion out of that. But as we do start to build more, we're going to need more trucks. We're going to need more tools, equipment, things like that. And it's
the newer technology.
We're trying to save lives. We're trying to, not have our people get cancer because they're volunteering their time. And there's a lot of things coming out as far as gear and carcinogens and PFAS and all this kind of stuff. So we're still trying to, look out for our people. Unfortunately, it comes with an actual price tag. But as we find those means, we're trying to keep up with the times to protect our people as well.
And
So-
along with that, this spring, we spent $7,000, had an actual company come out, literally cleaned 50 sets of gear.
Yeah, they're professional cleaners.
In 10 hours. So we're trying to keep doing that more to help keep the gear clean. So, and we do have a hose grant out. I don't know if we've ever got any back from her.
A lot of the stuff was held up, I believe, with the government shutdown and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so they've we did do a grant on behalf of the fire company last year, and it was for hose and rope, I believe, right?
No, just
Just
hosing and appliances. So hose, nozzles,
I think rope,
fittings.
I think rope was the year before because Kinsley Senior was in.
Yeah. Yeah. It got delayed. They did do the first round, and we did not get part of that, but we haven't heard about round 2 or 3 yet. But we do have 2 specific carve outs for the volunteer fire company. As part of our grants program with Grant Success Labs for 2026.
And we do try to go after grants for those big ticket items. We did get a grant for replacing our air packs. Covered a portion of it. We're always looking around trying to apply, but unfortunately, the way that it works is you can only apply for so many grants at one time. They don't allow us to do everything, or else we would, just like everybody else. But yeah, just our trucks are probably the other big thing that are coming down the line. With our tower being out of service for 3 weeks coming up, I didn't get the chance to talk to the officers, but my feeling is we need to call in mutual aid immediately, especially for these resorts and things like that. As much as it's kind of like the police department, right? As many times as there are false alarms, that one time that it's real, you don't want to be caught, right? So we're really good and really big at relying on our mutual aid. So that's going to be another time that we're calling in people from out of the township to kind of supplement what we can offer. So those are just more reasons, again, why we need to make sure our stuff is up and running. Because the further you call away, the longer it takes for us or for them to get here. So again, we're responding from home. People have to go from their home to the firehouse and then to the call. So, you're talking 7-minute response times, while you might be like, oh, wow, that's a long time. If you'd sit in the traffic on 611 this past weekend, you'd understand why. So
What's the closest township that can offer mutual aid with a tower that can get up to the high rises at the resorts?
I'm not going to get into the whole political game, but you have to understand that
Well, it's not political. I'm just wondering, who is the closest township? Is it?
Yep. So Blue Ridge has a ladder truck in the station.
Okay.
But as I mentioned before, there are a lot of other fire companies that have difficulty providing the amount of personnel that we do.
Yeah.
We are very fortunate with the number of people, like you said, over 10 people per call. There are a lot of other companies, not saying that they're one of them, but that only may become driver only, couple people, and that don't provide that same qualification that we have.
I just want to make sure while our tower's out of service, we're not going to have excessive wait times, for them having to come all the way from Stroudsburg or something.
Yeah,
And that's why I'm just wondering where the closest one is.
Yeah, we'll call the
while they're out of
closest,
service, so.
but unfortunately, if the closest one's in Jersey, like we'd have to call them and wait for them to come to Jersey. We can't just pop a ladder truck out of nowhere. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
We appreciate it.
No problem. Who would you like me to send the list of items to? Just all of you? I can get it together to Jared. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, is it still your report or you're done?
No, no update yet on the police wing. We're still waiting for the MEPs from the architect. As far as the grant award, this is what we discussed at the last meeting, even though we were a little bit rushed. We did receive the statewide LSA for Monroe County's first outdoor gym over at TLC, and also $484,000 for the small water sewer grant for the extension going up to Sullivan Trail. So just about $1 million worth of funding that was just awarded to us. Just a quick one. The Historical Association has submitted their request for donation. Throughout the years, we've spent anywhere from $100 to $500. Just wondering if anyone would like to make a motion to that.
To donate $500 to the Historical Association. A second.
I'll second that, but if we wait till the budget's approved to send the check.
Sure.
And we got to make sure this is in the budget.
That's part of allowances as well.
Okay.
We have a quorum.
No. Any public comment? Anybody online?
No.
If it's 4-0, then we're fine. even if it's 3-1. Let's vote.
Oh, do we have to wait for me? Do we have to wait for me? Can we just vote?
You can vote.
Yeah, okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Vice Chair Long, President Ganant,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Motion
Next one is just a quick update on one of the Green Light Go safety enhancements that we'll be submitting for. So as a total, we have 11 traffic lights throughout Pocono Township. As part of the last Green Light Go, we had enhanced our detection methods and brought 3 of our lights up to the PennDOT AI adaptive traffic-based management system, with the overall goal to adapt all 11 intersections to the Green Light Go MyoVision system. So that being said, once the budget is solidified, we put 3 of the MyoVision systems in our capital budget, and we are also submitting for 4 more as part of the Green Light Go, along with the safety enhancement of the Brookdale Road and Route 611 intersection. Pocono Township doesn't get to pick where the traffic lights go. PennDOT just puts them up and they see it here, they're yours, and they pay the bill.
Yeah.
So that being said, I don't know if anyone here thought that the Brookdale Road and Route 611 traffic light was a good idea to put that on a hill, especially in the winter.
No.
That being said, even the crest coming back over, coming from Mount Pocono down, especially when the sun's coming down and people don't see it, and then you end up rear-ending somebody. So this would be the detection methods to put the red signal ahead signs in there as well. And it would be an additional camera tied to the MyoVision system to show, because the camera can only pick up so much, especially with the elevation, can't pick back. So it will be able to adaptively tell when even more is coming down from the Mount Pocono area. So you'll see that once we solidify the budget, you'll see that as a capital request. And we already went through the Core 5 blasting schedule for this week. And the last thing I have is something that's been pinned on our Facebook page, which is a meeting here tomorrow from 5:30 to 7:30. It is a PennDOT project, but this was funded by the PMVP and the NEPA Alliance. This is the Route 611 safety corridor study that we've been talking about for the past few months. So tomorrow night's meeting is the first initial reveal. They're going to solicit public participation and feedback, and then we'll come back, I believe it's in March, right, Pat, for the next one, which will also be here as well, to hear what the suggestions are.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions for Jared? Pat?
Yeah, thank you. Just a few items. So obviously it's been busy with the weather. The guys have been spending a lot of time either out plowing snow, preparing for plowing snow, hauling in salt and cinders, maintaining equipment. We've had some issues with trucks that the guys have really been working hard on. I appreciate their efforts on that. And even our some outsource. See somebody here in the audience tonight who came in and helped us out with a truck that was down during this last storm. So thanks. It looks like more is coming this weekend too. So stay tuned. As I reported earlier, we have the overall Penvest sewer study coming in next meeting. Our engineers are continuing to work on the bid package. I expect the bid package for the Bartonsville Ave extension to MCTI to be completed in the next couple of weeks. So that'll be ready to go. And as far as the ice rink goes, it's open. However, it's not always frozen. It's been a struggle to keep it frozen. And I just advise folks to go there. And if it's frozen, have at it and ice skate, but we don't control the weather. So that's pretty much what we're up against. Then one last thing, I just completed a continuing education for stormwater management last week, which I felt was beneficial. That was offered through OpenGov webinar.
Nice.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Thank you, Ellen. Sewer business, I think we covered that.
John, could you put your mic on, please? Sorry about that.
Sewer business, I don't have anything to add to what has already been discussed. Learn Road roundabout cost update. Jared asked me to assemble the costs that have been incurred in getting the Learn Road roundabout to the bid process. Our costs to date from T&M, we did all the design at T&M, put it out to bid twice, and participated heavily in getting the necessary easements. Our cost for that was $42,000. I believe the cost of the easements were around 16, and I believe there were legal fees in there between $8,000 and $10,000. But what I don't have is what we spent at LVL on the concept and doing the original study. And we also did the survey work while LVL was still the engineer. So I can only estimate the cost for you. Because of that, I'm going to estimate the low was 75,000 probably when you put all the expenses together, and it could have gone up a little bit more than that, which I really can't verify.
So the only thing I have the correction for that is the easements that we had spent was $44,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Then that's easements and condemned property that we now own.
Correct. Okay, well then that takes us easily takes us over 100. So that's the cost update, and then we are at the point where we either have to award the project tonight or reject all bids.
Just a question on those costs. They are not covered by the grant, right? They were or are they covered by is any of that covered?
I don't know the answer to that, Ellen. I don't know if Jared knows.
I think I read it. I didn't see that the engineering or the easements were included.
That's right.
Okay. So we have 171. I did the math into it. Best guess, right? I know you estimated the last part. Is that something?
Yeah, the 171 sounds high. I had 42 plus.
42 plus the 44 for the easements.
That puts you at
86.
86, and then you had legal fees, and I don't know what
you said another 10 was 96,
right?
And then 75,000 you guessed for LVL, right?
No. LVL was probably only around 10 to 15.
So that was total.
Yeah, I'm saying total engineering cost was about 75.
Oh, I got you. I put that as an extra.
No.
Okay, so even less. So we don't really have a lot of money into it. So we got to decide if we want to do it. And if we want to do it, we got to award the bid. And Leo, were you able to reach the ethics?
It was actually very interesting. I called yesterday and left a message. They were closed for the holiday. Got a call this morning at 9 o'clock from Julie, returning my call. Indicated I'd like to speak with Bridget. Oh, no problem. She's not available. May I put you in her voicemail? And I did, and did not get a call back.
That's very unusual.
Yeah.
So, okay, so
Leo, you don't have any issue with Northeast Site winning the bid at this point?
Personally, I do not. If you're asking me for my opinion, I don't think there's a violation of the act. We wanted to confirm that. We got a letter back from the Ethics Commission saying they didn't have standing to address the issue we were raising because it wasn't an active commissioner that we were asking about. It was a commissioner that had resigned his position, and they believed they didn't have standing.
which was odd though, right? I mean,
Yeah, it depends on their philosophy on giving advice, I guess, Ellen. I mean,
I'd still like the explanation so I can understand it, but we need to move ahead.
Right.
Yes.
If you're going to do the project, yes.
Okay, so is there a motion to award the bid?
Motion to award the roundabout bid winner through Penn Bid to Northeast Site Contractors.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion? Now, the board, from our other discussion, wants to do the roundabout, right?
Yeah,
That's, because I don't.
Needs to be done.
yeah.
Okay.
We need the roundabout. Northeast was the low bidder.
Okay,
It only
yep,
makes
that
sense.
okay. Any public comment? Anybody online? Roll call?
Commissioner Lee.
Yeah.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Yes.
President Gannett.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you for that. Guidance, I will get a letter out tomorrow notifying them of your decision.
Okay.
CASA project, we are submitting back to PennDOT tomorrow with what I hope is a final plan set to them. Jared knows he's been on these calls with us, with about PennDOT and everything else, but we're making progress. The TLC walking bridge, we submitted those plans to DEP this week for our GP 11, and I hope within the month to have a bid set together, put that out to bid as well. And that's all I have unless there's any questions.
Thanks, John. Any questions? Yeah, you're up, Leo.
Reminder to the board that on January 27th at 6 o'clock, we have a special meeting for a zoning hearing to have a public hearing and take action up or down on the historic overlay district. Just wanted to remind everybody. My next item, I would request a motion to table on the consideration of censure. Unless the board would like to discuss or act on that.
Any discussion on that? Then I'll make a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second it because I think that we can discuss it without the core policy.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any public comment? Anybody online?
No.
Roll call.
Commissioner Lee.
Yeah.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Yep.
Vice Chair Long.
Aye.
President Gannett.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler.
Yes.
Motion table carries.
Sewer business, we've discussed some sewer business this evening. We continue working with Kalahari, received some information in from their engineer last week. But we are moving toward resolution and continue to move toward resolution. Other than the zoning hearings, there are two that I will be attending. Well, I may not be attending the one on the 27th, but I'll be here anyway. Learn Road easement, we discussed that tonight. And it was at the end of the meeting, it was at a late hour where I had mentioned the final comment that I have subject to questions. And that is to just a reminder that I issue to all clients and have since email has taken the world by storm. Just remember, especially in our situation, that all emails are subject to the right to know requests. And just by virtue of the fact that you copy me, Lisa, whomever in an attorney, unless you're asking for our opinion, those emails are not protected by attorney-client privilege. So I would urge all of us to be careful in the crafting of an email and always assume that there's going to be a third party reading those emails at some point in time. Other than that, other than questions, that's all I have this evening.
Anybody have any questions for Bill? Make a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.